Looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a week since we had our first week of the PCS, but now we're getting ready for week number 2, where we will finally see PSG back from MSI. Of course, it's all going to be brought to you by Carrier International, Riot Games, and China Airlines, who on the 14th of July are launching a new flight direct from Taipei to Seattle. You can fly on the Airbus A350-900. We do invite you to join it, or find it rather, on the China Airlines website, where the fantastic value tickets are available. Now, I will once again be your host, Vestian, and alongside me, it is Lo.
Yeah, we are back, and guess who's also back? PSG. I'm excited to see them today. They're up against West Point.
That's right.
Who have reinvigorated their lineup with Kongyue.
Kongyue coming back. Was on J Team at the very start of Spring Split, of course, last year, playing on Beyond to fairly decent success, honestly. And we'll be joining now West Point as their starting jungler over Ryu, who we had last week. Has to be said, almost certainly will be an upgrade. Very, very... he's a veteran. He's very, very experienced.
Is he taking out Junjia?
Yeah.
Is he taking out Junjia?
No.
No, likely not. We're probably favoring PSG.
Yeah.
Overall, based on the form they showed at MSI, kind of similar to the form they show domestically against weaker competition, of course, but they have low lows and they have high highs. When they play at their best, they can beat any team in the world and lose to just about anyone. We saw last split as well. They were losing to
DCG was like
teams
the
you would never
big one.
expect them to lose to.
Of course, our standings there are not too much to be said about them. There were just one game for each team other than PSG last week. We had the 3 best of 3s. And ultimately, the results aren't all that surprising. J-Team, though, being in the top 3, I think will change after today's games. Or at least, if PSG do win, it will be evened up, of course, in our first game up against West Point. But standings not all that important just yet. Of course, getting an early head start in that standings sort of ladder will be helpful as the season progresses. But today's matches, PSG West Point, as we talked about, followed by Hellpigs and DCG. Now, I think Hellpigs DCG has the ability to be exciting, right?
I want a mudslinging competition between these two teams, DCG and Hellpigs. DCG always with ridiculous drafts.
Yep.
Weirdly enough, we have been seeing Orca from DCG on support champs, which
both games
shouldn't be weird considering he's their support, but he does just play carries out of the support role. And I think that was, I can't remember who they played, but they took away Senna just about every chance they could.
Yeah, I don't remember who they played either, but...
And yeah, they're kind of struggling to innovate, at least in the support position, when they don't have Senna.
Yeah, and it might even be something to do with the AD carries, right? Because they've picked up Feng, who started both their games last week. They still do, of course, have Tide as their substitute. But maybe if Tide plays, then you're more likely to see him on one of those carry-orientated supports. But we are going to have our 1v1 of the game day. Sorry, it is Betty versus 1116.
Okay.
So AD carry up against mid laner.
Yeah.
You have to expect the mid laners favored simply because, you know, more experience in a one-on-one situation, but it has more often than not been AD carries to be able to take it out.
Yeah, the matchups are surprisingly bad for these mages into ADCs, for everything into ADCs. 1116 starting out with ADC bans, and...
Oh my, have we got our first mirror matchup?
Oh, and this, okay, I guess. So I guess this mirror comes down to, I didn't know that could even happen. But yeah, it's
blind picks, so you don't actually see what the other person picks up until I think they are both locked in. But
Hail of Blades for 1116 seems much better to me, unless Press the Attack is just that strong now.
I bet he sold his spear, got 0 gold for it, but sold it.
Yeah, cleaned up his inventory.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you'd have to... Based off runes, I would favor 116.
Yeah, but it's going to come down to who lands Qs.
Yeah, of course. And, I mean, honestly, CS might matter more than ever in this sort of matchup where...
Whoever is selected right now has actually maxed E, put a second point into E instead of Q. Usually
I'd love to tell you
max.
who's selected.
Yeah, there's no way to tell.
Someone just got bone plating. Okay, so 116 is hovered over because his bone plating just popped and you can see the...
Right, so he might not be maxing Q, which would give Betty an advantage, I think, if Betty is.
Oh, I'm inclined to agree. I think Emax, especially with Halo Blades, feels a little strange.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Because you kind of just want to get that Q and then put as much damage up front as possible, and Q is going to do a lot more than E early on in the game.
Yeah, I guess whether the trades will be short or long is just going to depend on if Kalista can disengage while fighting Kalista. I don't know.
I wonder if it was a mistake, because 116 now has put a second point into Q, although maybe you're forced to, actually. You would be, if you're not taking W.
You would have to, otherwise point in W doesn't do anything.
Of course.
1v1. Yeah, I guess it doesn't actually matter that much, because They'd have the same
Yeah,
skill
now
points
they'll have the exact same.
Barrier usage, I guess, will have a big impact as well. If you can barrier a Callista Q or...
Ooh, that
Rend.
was well played by 116. That's going to be very important too. If you can stack up some spares on a minion, get the Q through and the Rend, then that is probably the absolute highest amount of damage you could ever hope for.
Yeah, did you see how much more damage Betty's Q did, though?
Yeah. Although now there is 3 points
Yeah,
Q.
he does have 3 points in Q.
Well,
Oh, Betty should win
116,
this.
there's not going to be any usage of bushes, really.
Oh.
And 116 cleanly winning that one.
Yeah, that didn't even look close. I thought a longer trade like that with PTA. 116, small celebration. I thought a shorter trade with PTA like that, or a longer trade with PTA like that, should have been favoring Betty.
Betty opting for boots and a cloth armor. Well, 116 is going to almost certainly, if he wants to, pick up Serrated Dirk. We'll see what he wants. I'd have to expect it to be lethality.
He might just have enough for an opportunity.
Yeah, could do. 3,600 gold in the back pocket. Not quite. Very close, though. And this is looking ridiculously dire now if
yeah,
you're a
unless
PSG fan.
yeah, unless 1116's tower explodes or something.
Betty is stacking up the minions.
So if it does go to sudden death, it doesn't matter that
The death doesn't
Betty has
matter.
a death. Yeah.
No.
So that could be something that Betty plays for, because sudden death 1v1, just the first person to get a kill is going to win anyway.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's not over, but Betty will not be able to fight until he's able to get back with some real gold.
Yeah, and this is where it's so much more painful being in a mirror matchup. Your champs do the exact same thing, he just has more stats.
And that's not a very good trade. 116 playing pretty fantastically.
Yeah, he's been really good with the Qs through the minions.
And Betty slow push now really working against him. Nice trade there, though. I believe Betty has Scorch.
Yeah, maybe that's why his Qs are stinging a little bit harder. Or were stinging a little bit harder. 116 definitely doing more damage than Betty now.
Yeah, sorry to Dirk, though. Picked up. Played his steel caps as well. Really shouldn't be that impactful. I mean, obviously the armor's okay, but a lot of damage that 116 is putting out. Honestly, both of them are. It's just Q poke with Rend.
Yeah.
And you don't get the passive from the plated steel caps in that.
Yeah, there's an
Out of
opportunity and a serrated Dirk. No, just the opportunity.
And a serrated Dirk. Yeah, he
and
did
a
manage to
serrated
get
Dirk.
it.
For
Oh,
116.
God. An
Yeah.
entire item up.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you have boots at this point, even if they negate a lot of damage, which I guess they will in an all-in.
And the other bonus is obviously being Callista, as they do give longer leap,
Yeah.
which...
Just it doesn't feel like it matters all that much
yeah,
against
this
Callista.
is mainly going to be auto attacks. Ooh.
Nice Q for not a whole lot of damage. Oh,
116
goodness.
is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, this one has to be a wrap. If Betty manages to win this, that would be very miraculous.
I mean, Betty's just probably not going to be allowed to recall.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he does, he loses his tower, and it's not like he's getting an item that's going to magically win him this fight. Demolish for good measure on 1116.
Nice dodge, but...
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I don't think he has to land another Q this game, 1116.
No, he doesn't. Okay, there is a cannon, so Betty might just get time. Demolish also will be on cooldown.
Oh.
Okay. We have a game.
Uh-oh.
There's a tower shot.
Yeah, it should be Betty with... Oh, I mean, does 1116 actually have to back off here? I don't think so. I think the
No,
HP
he just
is
gone and got the
close.
health relic, and I mean, he has ultimate control over both health relics, which is always going to be even more suffocating. Demolish might be back up now. I think this could just be an illegal recall. We'll see.
Yeah, Betty agrees. He's decided to stay. Lands a Q.
And an auto.
That's bone plating advantage for Betty now.
I think he has Scorch. What is it? Sorcery.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
sorry. Bone plating down for 1116 anyway. Yeah, he's going to fight now. He has Q on Betty.
Oh my god, he's
goodness.
somehow turn this around.
Yeah, we've got a game on our hands now. Sudden death. Can Betty recall before sudden death? Otherwise, game's
Yeah,
just
no,
over.
absolutely he can. He can. There's like 20 seconds remaining on 116's.
Yeah, I
Timer.
mean, Betty found a miraculous outplay.
Yeah, I don't know how he did that. Blade of the Ruin King. Okay. So playing true to the press the attack, neither of these two are going to be able to use either of their summoners in this final circle.
Yeah.
All Betty really has to do is dodge. If he can dodge a few of these Qs in an extended trade with the Blade of the Ruin King,
Yeah.
will absolutely win.
Yeah, he should just win any extended fight.
Yeah. He is also up a level, so this game's really turned on its head.
Yeah, let's see how aggressively he plays. I think definitely once this wave crashes, he'll play aggressively, but he might not even wait. Yeah, he doesn't even want to wait for that. Betty also just has lifesteal.
Yeah, it's
Which
going
is
to
a
help
big
that
deal.
little bit more as well, of course. Play to steel caps as well with the lifesteal. Effective health of those, be it small trades, is going to be even more. He's going aggressive. Remember, no summoners for either of these two. Betty with the Pressy attack and the Blade of the Ruin King will win this every single day, and somehow
Yeah.
Betty has turned that 1v1 around.
Yeah. And what did I say? There's no way Betty will win this. It'll be a miracle if he can somehow do it. Oh, there you go. I'm wrong again. Betty's, I mean, genuinely a miraculous 1v1 win.
Yeah. I mean, the tower shot obviously coming in, helping him out.
Yeah.
At the end there, dodging a lot of 116's Qs while landing his own. It really was quite the turnaround, especially because how strong of a start it was for 116. He was up an entire item when he lost that 1v1 to come take it to, I guess, match point, the final circle, whatever you want to call it. Of course, there on your screen from the side of Betty, the winner of our 1v1, it is Arjun Gia, Maple, Betty, Woody. Shouldn't really need an introduction for these guys.
Yeah, at this
Truly
point,
left their mark at the most recent MSI.
yeah. At this point, it feels like they are the PCS. They have our best international performances.
Yep. Them
Seem
and
to
Flash
just
Wolves,
win.
if you want to include them. Obviously, that was
Yeah.
not PCS at the time, but same region.
Yeah.
lot of
Almost half of those guys.
Yeah,
here
Maple and
anyway.
Betty were a part of it. Of course, I mean it's hard to doubt them in this upcoming match. Yes, West Point did just get stronger with the addition of Kong Yue, who we'll see very shortly on our screens. But ultimately, and it's very, very hard to say anything else. But going off last week alone, and also the performance at the most recent MSI, I think it's going to take a lot from the entire side of West Point, and in specific this player, to try and stop RJ from just taking over this game. Because last week we saw Jiang entirely 1v9 after just demolishing Relia in lane. I think you have a harder job here. Yes, maybe Jiang's highs are higher than RJ's, but he is consistently better.
Yeah, against Jung, it feels like maybe there's a game he'll mess up and you'll just win top and have a chance that way. But Aja just doesn't make those mistakes.
Hold the phone! Ryu has not going to be the starting jungler. Kong Yue is, but he's going to be their starting top laner.
That is never a good sign. Relia had a horrible week last week. Couple of games just absolutely struggling, and we know that he's had visa issues and connectivity issues in general.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's always going to be very difficult playing on like 50 ping higher than absolutely everybody in the competition.
Yeah, you know, disconnected from all your team.
But yeah,
in
Kong
a different
Yue
country.
on your screen. Don't party without me. Bit of a party man, perhaps, or maybe it's just his veterancy here in the PCS.
Yeah,
Second in a lot of the stats, but third for teams played for. Been around the block. 5. That's a lot of teams. Now, we were talking about this stat, the games played stat before the broadcast.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out.
work out who the first one is without looking it up. And my bet's on either Lalva or Gemini. I think Gemini would be who I would most likely think it is. But yeah, it's between those two for me. But being up there with names like that in terms of games played is pretty impressive considering the longevity of some of these players' careers.
I wonder how they're calculating it, because was the PCS always called the PCS?
Now, it was the LMS before when it was like Flash Wolves.
I assume they're counting
AHQ and whatnot.
Yeah, I assume they're counting LMS days as well. Maybe
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't run the numbers. Of course, though, on your screen, Ryu, Kong Yue, 116, Lil V, and Char. Lil V, I really want to see what this guy can do. You know, like he's had a lot of time in the PCS before, but it's been a year and a half at least since we've last seen him. And so, obviously, his first week wasn't that bad from him.
Yeah, it was promising. He was
Yeah.
definitely wasn't the problem, but
Well, his team was kind of getting absolutely destroyed, and he was still doing relatively okay. Game
Yeah.
1 is Smolder. He was losing lane, still did the most damage in the game as the game progressed on. It's, you know, hard to fault him for any of what happened.
honestly, it was hard to pay attention to anyone on West Point other than 1116.
Yeah,
Because he had
it's Tristana.
such a ridiculously good series.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tristana especially. But I think he had a quite good second game as well. Maybe he was on Nico.
Yeah, I think he was on
Maybe
Nico.
it wasn't quite as good now that
But
I'm
yeah,
remembering.
Yeah.
Yeah. Into draft, though.
It is. Okay, Viego going to be banned away against Kongyue. It is a champion that he is known to be able to carry on. He certainly has had some very strong performances on said champ.
Yeah, we
Skarner,
will
banned.
not get to see the Skarner.
No, I don't think that's coming anytime soon. Hui as well. A very solid ban, especially up against 116, who,
Yeah.
for my money, was the best Hui in the PCS last split.
Yeah, agreed.
Rumble ban against Arja. Again, something we've come to almost expect. This guy, very, very strong at Rumble. Never really 1v9ing, but absolutely destroying his lane and sort of getting the rest of his team to the point where they can just
Yeah.
take over.
I mean, Aja kind of just does what he needs to do on any champ
Yeah.
he's given. It doesn't really matter if it's a mage, an assassin, you know, a tank, whatever he's put on in top lane, he will just get it done and be reliable for his team.
Ash ban, that's obviously sort of a ban against AD carry and support, so Betty and Woody both won't be able to pick up the Ash for this game, and Lucian was the ban before. So Tristana, the current hover, most likely would be mid if it was picked up, but possibly might be the Callista. Of course, we just watched what Betty can do on this champ.
I don't want to count my eggs too soon, but I'm liking the lack of Corki priority we're seeing so far.
Number one Corki hater in the world.
Yeah. New Corki is not it. It is not a first pick, first rotation, or ban worthy champ. We'll see. Oh, no. I've summoned him. I summoned him, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah. There he is. So, I hope this is Corki bot, because otherwise you're counterpicking yourself into Tristana. The matchup isn't as bad as when, you know, before the Corki rework, when he was AP Corki. It's not as bad now. You can actually fight back with Hail of Blades, but still just doesn't feel like it's worth it.
That'll be the third Nautilus game for Char out of 3, so
Okay.
liking that champ for himself. And back to your point on the Corki, I think last week, out of all the Corkis we saw, it was Feng on the AD carry Corki that actually did look the best.
Yeah, it felt like once you get the items on this Corki, he's actually a monster. And Hail of Blades doesn't even feel like an early game rune on him.
Yeah.
Because you get 3-4 items and you can just one-tap backline.
We are very, very strong late game here for PSG.
Yeah.
Honestly, not even that weak in the mid game. Maybe Senna a little suffering can be done there, but
Yeah.
the Ornn lock-in makes a solid blind pick in the top lane before bans. It's up to West Point whether they want to pick now up against that Ornn.
Yeah, they'll pick. It'll be bot lane Ornn.
Top lane Smolder. No, it's not going to be. Could be.
Could be.
It's going to be the Zeri. So that's mid Corki.
Yeah, I actually really like the Hui ban into Tristana first pick. I didn't pick that up right away by PSG, but Hui is the answer to Tristana traditionally.
And Syndra, but we don't see a lot of Syndra. And Syndra would be really rough against Ornn.
Yeah, we've seen one Syndra, and I think it was into Hui, and it looked okay.
No, I mean into Tristana, Syndra's very good. Cassante ban, so we're thinking it's the Senna Ornn bot, which it absolutely could be.
Yeah, I think it's most likely Senna Ornn bot because you're running out of stuff to pair the Senna with.
I mean, there's always the time Kench, right?
Yeah, I think.
And honestly, we could just see Woody play some more carry-orientated stuff as well.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I mean, his Lux was always insane. Not that we'd see Lux Senna, but he was an absolute monster on the Lux last split.
Both teams banning away top laners might mean we just see Aja on something safe blind, like a Renekton.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Arju can do up here in the top lane, because last week, he played, I believe it was Viego Nidalee. And so being someone coming fresh into the roster, fresh onto the split, and picking those two champs shows a lot of courage. And now up top lane, we'll see if he has similar sort of playstyle when it comes to the solo laners, something more aggressive, playmaking, rather than tanky and supportive. The Cassante almost makes me think it might be Sunday does open up for things like the Camille and whatnot, but it is kind of just a brick wall that you're never going to get that big of an advantage against.
Yeah, both teams ban a top laner, then ban an AP jungler. Both teams are very obviously going for AP junglers, but there's not much left. There's
Lilia.
Nidalee, Lilia.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a single Lilia. Even last split. Oh, there's Tilia as well.
Yeah. Fair pick. It's definitely very strong as things are with the current items.
Yeah, and was already being picked before the item changes.
Now, probably not going to happen. But this Jinjia fellow
Yeah.
was a bit of a Nico enthusiast in solo queue when Nico first got...
Nico jungle.
Yeah, when it first got changed so you could transform into things.
Oh.
He used to spam Nico jungle. I don't think we'll see it, but imagine if we did. Twisted Fate?
Blind TF top.
I mean, you've banned the Jax. Yeah, sure. I mean, it doesn't ever feel that good, does it?
Yeah, no Rumble, no Jax.
Could... Yeah,
You'd
maybe.
like to pick your matchup.
That's exciting.
It's gonna be Nidalee or Lilia.
Yeah. To be fair, while you wouldn't usually be excited to see a Nidalee, I think seeing Jinjia on Nidalee is a little exciting.
Yeah. Karsa was a monster on Nidalee. We got to see Karsa on Nidalee last week.
Yeah, he was insane at that champ. And similar, we don't often see Jinjia or Karsa really play carries. Like even at the end of last split, Karsa was pretty much only playing tanks. And Jinjia does much the same. But when he gets to be able to play, if you take your mind back to his Rumble jungle where he got like 14 kills, his Graves jungle where he just goes like 9-0.
Yeah.
He's very, very good at these champs if he can find the angle to be able to pick them. And so it is very exciting to see him on a champ such as Nidalee. And Ryu, he's the classic. He's me in solo queue, autofill top, lock-in Malphite.
It is a great Malphite game.
It is fantastic. It is an amazing Malphite game. Your Malphite up against 4 champions that like to auto-attack.
Yeah.
The only AP you really have to worry about is Nidalee.
Who's
Twisted Fate
never
will have a
hitting you.
little bit of AP,
Yeah.
but
Nidalee is never hitting Malphite.
one thing you do have to worry about as the Malphite in a game like this, though, is getting outpaced on the map.
Yeah.
You're going to very easily be outpaced by a champ like Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
Tristana as well.
And I guess top and jungle for PSG can build Zhonya's very easily, which is annoying
Yeah.
for Malphite.
As well as, I think, one other thing to consider is, for a benefit of West Point's draft here, is as you have the global, well, not the global, but, yeah, I guess semi-global coming through in the jungle,
Yeah.
which is going to help in sort of dealing with champs like the Twisted Fate, like the Tristana. The Malphite, obviously, is going to have to spend a lot of time in the side lanes, which won't be so good when it comes to the team fighting, but maybe you could make it work where you could look for a pick off on the side and force an objective, look for a massive 4-man, 5-man Malphite ult and win the game through team play. And I think obviously West Point's draft leans towards they really want to team fight. They don't want to split push. PSG, on the other hand, are the complete opposite.
Yeah, but
they have a Cena and Ornn. They're just going to sit mid and clear waves while Tristana, Twisted Fate hit on towers on the side lane.
I would hate to be the guy who had to land a 4-man Malphite ult against PSG.
Yeah. Yeah, against 3 range champions as well.
Yeah.
They're not going to be stacking on top of each other, and if they are, well, you deserve it.
He is going to be unkillable, but it might just be irrelevant, like you said, because of the split pushing.
As well as, obviously, PSG have good ways to sort of get into the backline. They can start up a fight with Woody and his Ornn ult, and Twisted Fate's going to be able to teleport wherever he wants. Maple's going to be able to jump. Jinjia can jump. It isn't the easiest job for Lil V or 116 to find a safe place in these team fights, but they do have a lot of damage.
Yeah,
if
and they
one of
have
them
a
gets
lot of
focused
front
down,
line.
Exactly, their front line in the Nautilus of the Malphite are going to be able to tank up a lot, but ultimately, Kongyue, 116, and Lil V all have champions that can take over a team fight. It's just really up to Ryu and Char9 to find the angle to start them.
Yeah. It's probably a lot of pressure on Char9. You don't want to be initiating with Malphite ult.
Yeah.
Not at this level of play.
Unless there's just some absolute fumble, or you found yourself a nice TP ward as well.
Obviously, these guys will keep track of flashes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be rare you'll get a chance to Malphite ulti Betty when he doesn't have his flash up. PSG are just a little bit too good for that.
Sometimes PSG do a little bit of happy gaming. Hook lands there, level 1, should be a good trade onto Woody, but he isn't going to be too phased, of course. Bit of healing will come out of Betty, and
yeah,
and
actually
Doran shield.
Conqueror on the Zeri. She did like Lethal Tempo. I didn't think Conqueror would be the replacement.
I mean, what else would it be? Fleet?
Yeah,
But
you could go
maybe
Fleet,
not.
you could go PTA. But goes for the Conqueror. We'll see how it plays out. I think this is third unique carry we've seen Lil V on now, the split.
It was Smolder. What's the second one?
Maybe Varus?
Yeah, I don't remember game 2. Unfortunately, sort of both their games was a lot of looking at top.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and they got into very good spots
Yeah, especially 1-1-6.
last week. Yeah.
A very, very talented mid laner.
Yeah, we thought they were going to win game 1 against
for sure,
Frank
yeah.
last week.
But Young, you know, he worked his magic. Anyway, see what they can do here. PSG are not going to be too easy to deal with. The good thing is, like, I'm not sure what PSG's schedule is, of course, but, you know, there's a chance that being the team that did have to go over to MSI, finished up to MSI, had a good performance, and had a little bit of a break. Obviously, otherwise, you don't want to burn yourself out heading into Split,
Yeah.
because Worlds is the ultimate goal, and it's a realistic goal that this team could achieve a really high placement, so...
Yeah, absolutely.
Might be a bit rusty coming into the first week of the split, and hopefully West Point can punish that.
Uh-oh. Speaking
Yeah.
of punished.
This is another problem with
Nice
champs like
flash.
Malphite, is it's pretty hard to survive. It is going to cost his flash, and Gia takes another tower shot.
Yeah.
No one in the vicinity, though. Kongyue on the bottom side. Ryu is going to get stunned up, is going to go down, and that is something that neither one of us picked up on, but TF gold card into an Italy Spear.
Yeah. It's a ranged Renekton Nidalee. 4 CS on this Malphite now. He might not be as unkillable as I've anticipated.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, that felt... I don't know what you're supposed to do if you were you there.
I think maybe you don't want Arcane Comet. You probably want to go down the Domination tree as your primary.
Okay.
And then maybe go something like Inspiration to try and get some extra healing through. And
Yeah,
to
maybe.
look for those, some bickies even maybe.
Yeah, it felt
Might
like
not have
he-
made the difference, but
Yeah, it felt like he could die from full HP there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a pathing. Pathing has to be different.
yeah, it might. Yeah, it could also just come down to jungle. I think, yeah, maybe Kongyue realizing there's an Italy Twisted Fate up against such a mobile champ like a Malphite. Maybe you have to path up there and protect him for the first few levels until he is tanky enough to not really care.
Is still Malphite at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So he's going to be fine, especially if he can just maintain this CS deficit.
He was
Not
able
fall
to
any further
teleport back
behind.
and get a bit of that wave, so...
Yeah.
And honestly, Twisted Fate shouldn't ever really be killing Malphite, solo at least. It's not the easiest champ to run down, obviously, the movement speed that he gains from his Q.
Either 1116 continues to play like a man possessed, or this matchup is not as Tristana favored as it was initially with the AP Corki, because yeah, he is just Valkyrieing onto this
Yeah,
Tristana.
that was very risky, though. I like the baiting. I think he realizes jungler's there.
Yeah.
They probably do win the 2v2 if Maple were to jump forward.
Yeah, it's a very believable bait too. I'm impressed Junjia didn't go for it, because that is how 1116 has been trading in this lane. Even when Tristana has all her spells up, he's happy to just Valk forward.
I'm even more surprised Gia didn't go for it, considering Betty was making his way to the mid lane.
Yeah. They must have just smelled something. Probably very good jungle tracking. Knew exactly where Taliyah was going to be.
Yeah, better jungle trackers than I, that's for sure. Char now up here as well, maybe looking to try and offer some support to Ryu as this massive minion wave will once again crash at his tower. Kongyue and Char will be able to stop any attempt at a dive, although PSG instead, their focus is on these Rift Mites, but hold up, Archie's going to pop the Ghost. There is 3v3 about to occur in this top side. Neither mid lane joining, but the support, jungle, and top all in battle. Gold card does go through. Char now is getting pretty low, but should be completely fine to get out. Actually, is going to have to flash. Kongyue now being the focus. Nice flash from Betty. Gets himself out. The root's not going to connect as Kongyue does use the flash to get himself out of there as well. And through will come this Destiny. Junji gets one, and he will also flash. Kongyue as well. Does it go down? Junji Looking for something fancy there with the spear into the smite. Won't connect, but Char9, he has no flash. He is a Nautilus, but he's going to get stunned. He's going to get spared, and he's going to get executed. Junjia picking up 4 kills now, only 7 minutes in.
And somehow this 3v3 top lane turns into a 3-man tower dive. They dived 3 people on the side of West Point, and West Point just couldn't do anything. Not level 6 yet on the Malphite. Otherwise, that fight would be perfectly fine for them. I'm not even sure what went that wrong. I guess PSG just have much stronger champions at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think I need to look at a replay. It feels like something had to have gone very awry for it to have gone that poorly.
We're going into the replay now. So Aja looks straight up dead here. Yeah, he hits the ghost. And then Cha... Oh, and he kites them up. So Cha is never able to hook Aja at any point here.
Misses the hook as well.
Misses the wall. And then Junji has landed his first spear. He lands so many spears throughout this play. Because he lands this one as well. And then he actually makes the dive possible, I think, by landing another spear at the very end onto Ryu as well.
Damn.
And yeah, he's just landed 3 spears. Long-range spears. I mean, that will win you a fight this early into the game.
Misses 1.
Yeah, misses 1.
I think you can accept that.
Yeah, it goes for the cheeky smite the creep Q through it.
Also good tanking again.
Yeah, that was... They had Aja walk up and hit the Nautilus. The hook didn't actually hit him, but Betty smacked him before the gold card landed, so Betty was going to be tanking even if Nautilus CC'd the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, extremely well played, and now we have a massive problem, and that problem is going to be Junjia. I'm glad we touched on the fact it'll be exciting to see him play in Italy specifically. And so far, we are being proven to be correct.
Yeah.
Both junglers, same side of the map now. We might even see some action down the bot side as Dragon's going to be started up by Junjia.
Yeah, it's not an insurmountably big Nidalee.
Yeah, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, though, especially if he plays it well. That's kind of the thing with Nidalee. You know, if you miss the spears, it kind of doesn't even matter if you're fed.
Yeah, you do have a cheat code in Aja auto-attacking someone and stunning them.
Yeah, and Junji and Aja have such good synergy that I think they will be fine.
Try with the Hex Flash. Would he, though? I mean, do you really want to target down the Ornn? You might have been able to kill him. It does only have the healing available from Betty until Junji would have been able to get down, but...
Yeah, it feels like PSG just know, though. Talia is here again. Just like the mid lane play, and PSG are not biting at all.
Hex Flash. Gonna land the hook, but what fast reflexes out of Woody. Root connects, and this is going to be the depth charge, but no follow-up to be had, and it is going to be PSG coming out better off in that instance again.
Yeah, and it's just 2 ults down for West Point. Nothing used on the side of PSG.
I must say, while things haven't worked out just yet, I am liking the proactivity from West Point. They're not just sort of sitting back and hoping for a mistake. They know that PSG are pretty clean in general, and they're actually looking to sort of make some punishing moves where they know Junji is not on the map, and unfortunately it hasn't quite worked out, but it was like one of those practice makes perfect things. The more they try, the better it's going to be.
It doesn't feel like they made a lot of mistakes. They just made that top lane, they lost that top lane play, and the game feels so hard now.
Yeah.
Just because of how one-sided it was, and all the kills going to Nidalee.
Yeah, but on that note, Riders, if they find a fight away from, I think specifically Twisted Fate and Nidalee, they actually are pretty even still, and so looking for that play bot lane again makes a lot of sense. Unfortunate it wasn't able to work out. But here we are again. Ryu does have flash, does have unstoppable force available, does get stunned. Spear's going to connect. You do have to be careful with this dive, though.
Yeah, next gold card will kill him if people don't rotate up here from West Point. I think...
Yeah, we do have Weaver's Wall available for Kongyue where he is. Char9 also here, so with that, play is going to fizzle. Ryu, though, of course, is going to feel a bit of the heat here, being that he is quite low up on this top side.
Yeah, so that is first item completed now for 1116. He might just be the strongest person on the map at the moment on this Corki, because no item yet on Nidalee.
Yeah, Junjia has been sitting on these items for a long while, so once recalled, we'll probably have an item and a half, probably.
I think you could have maybe tried to fight these grubs while you had people up here, if you're West Point.
Maybe.
Just because you've got a full item on Corki, he's up a base on Maple.
You would have had to have sent
got
Ryu
Malphite.
home earlier, though, because he was very low, and you would have had to teleport to the play.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work out anyway. Void Grubs and then PSG straight back to
And
business.
Junjia is not going to recall. Unstoppable Walls comes out. Azi is very, very low, and Ryu might have been able to look for the kill. Knows, though, that if he did so, would have been committing to himself also going down, but...
Yeah, but he's
applying a bit of
definitely...
pressure back.
Yeah, he's definitely killed the dive, any hope of a dive. Even without his ulti, probably just too difficult now.
Lich Bane now completed for Junjia, so...
Wow, okay, 1-on-6 is just in isolation winning this matchup. So that is something to keep in mind for the new Corki.
Yeah, strong trades with that Emax Armor Shred along with the Lethality and Halo Blades. Honestly, probably just wins throughout the game if he's winning this early, because later on it just almost crits you. You pretty much kill someone within the Halo Blades proc.
Yeah, you really do. I think there may be a point in the game where Tristana's got Blade of the Ruined King, maybe 2 items, and she's stronger than Corki, but probably...
Tristana does not build Blade of the Ruined King. Kraken Slayer.
Oh yeah, sorry, those look like Blade items. Yeah, Kraken Slayer, maybe 1 item, 2 items. Trist is a little bit stronger if they're even, but feels like 1-on-6 is pulling ahead a little bit.
Almost by virtue of... Obviously he is doing well in his lane, but just...
Lethality,
items are way
2600.
cheaper. Yeah, they're just way cheaper.
Though he hasn't really, materialized his lane advantage into a CS lead or this item advantage into a team fight win or anything like that.
Yeah, and unfortunately he is going to be, while having so much pressure, denying Maple from really doing anything on the map, but the map's kind of fallen apart from the top side.
Yeah.
As well as Ginger is just able to do whatever he likes, being the strong as the Italy. The only real chance they have to fight against it kind of is if 116 is able to join while Maple's having to deal with resetting his minion waves or...
Yeah, so I wonder if you're West Point, if you have enough damage to Nautilus ult this Nidalee and just commit everything to killing it.
I think the problem is, to get into range of Ginger, you kind of have to commit your flash, to which he probably just flashes and then...
Yeah, he can flash, Cougar form, W, and make a lot of distance.
Yeah, and then there just won't be follow-up and...
But I feel like you have to do it before Zonya's. Oh, here we go.
Flash forward. Yeah, we found our way onto Junji. He's going to get knocked up. Going to have everything thrown at him. Through will come a shield coming out of Betty, and Betty's going to be jumped on now. It's going to be 1 kill at least going over to Lil V. Or will it? Yes, only just Maple now on the other side, as well as RJ. Are going to find 116. Woody flashes forward, gets the auto attack off. Now all things come down to a 3v3. Both carries dead for PSG, but RJ and Junji certainly are not. Stun comes through. That's going to commit the spear as well. 2,000 health now on this dragon. As it goes down, it's going to be Junji getting the stolen dragon for himself, as all of PSG do walk away, as well as West Point. The 2-for-2 trade, but it's the dragon found for PSG.
Yeah, I think West Point really found an ideal engage there straight onto Junjia, but once they couldn't finish him and the fight ended up in that 3v3 situation, 4-0 Nidalee is always going to win.
Yeah, a lot of healing, right?
Those skirmishes, yeah. And Twisted Fate was still up too, so this engage was impeccable.
How does Junjia live?
Cha9, yeah, that was amazing, but really well-timed flash from Junjia, dodges out of the Corki Q, which probably would have killed him. Betty is just way out of position to try bail out Junjia, though, and he goes down. Traded kills on the other side, so it ends up being 3v3 at this point, and you just can't do anything. The 3 champions you have here as West Point do nothing into Nidalee Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and Junjia back to full HP. Is going to be able to just get this smite. I'm almost surprised that there wasn't further follow-up, but I guess it is risky running into a Talia as well as a Zeri, so they choose to back away, but it is yet another win on the map for PSG. Red buff looks like it was secured by Kongyue on the bottom side there, though.
Yeah, PSG never seem interested in getting the maximum or winning quickly. They're happy to win, and they win very cleanly, which has to have you worried if you're West Point. I think against a lesser team, maybe Nidalee goes down there, and that is a much more one-sided fight. But yeah, somehow Junjia lives with nothing but a Lich Bane and his flash.
Yeah. And really, the power that he has already by having that Lich Bane prior to the fight proves to be very, very advantageous. Just the healing coming through actually is what allowed him to come back and look for that dragon. Putting them now to a 2-0 lead in terms of those dragons. So quickly stacking up to what they hope is their Mountain Soul is...
Yeah, 2 dragons, 6 void grubs, 4 kills is about all you can ask from your Nidalee. So I'd say the pick has been very successful this game.
Absolutely. But honestly, I don't think either team necessarily outscales that hard. Yes, I think PSG slightly would outscale, all things considered. Just, you know, Senna, as well as, Ornn, Senna, Tristana are all very scary in the late game. The Nidalee kind of will fizzle out a little bit, as it does just get harder and harder for her to get through that front line. And obviously there is a lot of deny that can come through from Kongyue. Here we go again. They're not actually going to look for the die. I kind of like this, where they're not really committing. They're just chunking a large portion of health away from you. He doesn't have any magic resist items, so it is truly hitting unstoppable force, but it is going to be Zhonyaed away. Junji is completely fine now. Does jump out of that shard as Kongyue's the focus. Through will come the Destiny. Where is RG going to arrive? He's running on in, gets the gold card, but it's not going to be onto that Taliyah, but instead it was onto 116, who does survive, but the same cannot be said for the Malphite and the Nautilus here for West Point, as RG still looks aggressive, and Rift Shield is down. Lilvi and 116 trying to stop any forward progression here. The Rift Shield does crash. Down will go this inner turret in the bottom side. It's 5 men strong of PSG still marching down this bottom lane. 600 health on the Rift Shield. Maybe gets the crash. Chooses to just drive it into a wall instead, and now will back away. But another win yet again for PSG as they slowly march towards every single objective on the West Point side of the map.
Yeah, and this is why that last play was so tragic, because Junjia has Zhonya's now. He becomes so much more difficult to kill. And this is the problem with Malphite in a professional environment. You're ulting one person usually, and they're getting out of it, and then you're just dead meat in the middle of a fight. Once the Malphite ult is Zhonya's, Malphite's just always dead.
Very surprised RG didn't just gold card Kongyue there.
Yeah, the Taliyah. Yeah. Could have been a misclick. Could have thought maybe Taliyah was going down anyway. He does have a Tristana.
Oh my god. That should have been the rocket jump reset, but Maple wisely doesn't jump into 116, who might very well be able to near on one-shot him. Yeah,
incredibly disciplined all game, PSG. Feels like they've never fought without numbers, at least even numbers.
That's RG, the biggest benefactor of this game, and all that obviously being the passive. So
yeah, TF passive, bunch of towers taken down.
6 assists.
Yeah, this Malphite does not look anywhere near unkillable yet. Is going to force some LDRs out pretty early, so it should be LDR next for Maple.
Yeah, the problem he's faced with is that he gets gold carded, takes a spear, and that's half his HP.
Yeah,
because he can't really get magic resist into his build.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that the Nidalee's the one fed for the Malphite anyway. Because you can't with the straight face build any magic resist this game.
Maybe Jaksho, I think you could get away with. Obviously the amplification's nice on the armor, and you kind of do need some magic resist considering the strength of this Nidalee as things stand. Third dragon of the game potential here for PSG, but it is going to be West Point starting it up. Stun comes through, knock up onto Lilvi, who's 1 HP, but has gotten away for now. Archer does have Destiny. Flash away will the Zeri. On the bottom side of the fight, though, it is going to be 1 kill found for 116, but 2 on the other side as Archer continues on forward. 116, he's looking for the kill, but it's Archer with the fancy feet. The flash will allow for that kill to come through, but Maple will clean out the team fight, and it's the ace for PSG as they continue their dominance over game number 1.
Yeah, Aja made great use of all his gold in that team fight. He found his way onto Kongyue and Lilvi and just 2v1'd them in the backline. Ornn helped him out a little bit, and then he ends up getting 1116's flash, and the Corki dies. So about as much as you could hope for from your Twisted Fate.
Yeah,
third dragon now.
Yeah, third dragon and the mid lane and the tower.
Just watch Aja this fight. He's ghosted already. He's stunned the Zeri, and I mean, it was a spear that hit Little V here. I was wondering what did all this damage.
Fantastic Ornn ult too.
Yeah, everyone played this fight impeccably from PSG, but this Twisted Fate is so strong.
Nice bit of damage there.
Yeah. Yeah, the kill is able to be barely traded back. Aja somehow getting a flash here as well is incredible.
The TSM.
Yeah. Forever flashing the TSM.
Now, coming back to what should be a little bit of a quiet period, although Kongyue still doing what Taliyahs do, hanging out near a wall out of vision to try and look for a flick, but Seismic Shove was not to be landed there.
Yeah, staring down this PSG lineup.
Like
What are you
West Point
supposed
are
to
doing,
do?
grouping up as 5, trying to just force a fight somewhere before Maple could make any headway down the bot side. But PSG, they're very good at playing the map, and they realize when it's not their turn to be going places they don't have vision of, and so wisely back off. Maple as well, seeing the dissipation of that 5-man squad of West Point, has gone back out of vision now to give a bit of uncertainty back over to West Point.
I want to see how tanky Woody is. I want someone to hit him.
Tankier than Ryu is, I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, that is a certainty.
Got the upgraded Frozen Heart.
Oh, that is very annoying for a Zeri and a Corki.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Woody's taken much damage in this coming team fight, assuming
especially-
West Point do fight.
Especially considering his item that isn't Frozen Heart is just magic resist, so through will come a very fantastic
Oh
ult. It's 4-man ult!
goodness.
And if there's one way back into a game like this, it's Malphite. That is a clean team fight find. Kongyue does go down, but it's only Maple left, as Ryu may have had a rough early game, but truly just came alive.
Out of nowhere, he's landed, what was it, a 4-man Malphite ulti.
Onto everyone that was
as
there.
you prophesized. And that's gotten his team the Baron. Maple has taken mid-inhib. You do not care about that in the slightest if you've just gotten the Baron. And yeah, I mean, 3 members of PSG vanished at the beginning of that fight. That is going to be a beautiful replay to watch. I don't think 1116 was even here at the start of the fight. He actually
teleported
TPs
in after it ended, yeah.
So Cha just hex flashes in to follow up this 4-man Malphite ultimate with a 3-man Nautilus ult. And what is the counterplay at this point? PSG just funneled in after a very disciplined game from PSG. Woody actually did the most damage that fight.
Yeah, stayed alive for a long time.
He took someone out at the end, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
take
He
out?
did. He was able to get Kongyue. Ridiculous. But still, nice find. West Point now, they have the Baron. I don't think they're going to be getting a lot done with it, but it does extend this game on a little bit longer, as it would have almost certainly been PSG able to get it, if not so.
Yeah, this could be one of those games where we see a negative Baron power play, but it is still very advantageous to get this Baron. And I think it's almost a bonus that your mid inhibitor is gone once Baron is off the map.
Yeah, free farm pretty much coming in constantly in this mid lane. It's going to be really good for Lil V, especially, to be able to pick that up. Of course, is now sitting at 3 items, so very, very strong is this Zeri in his own right.
Yeah, as long as you can clear creeps fast enough, the wave won't be too far out of the way either. It'll just be in the mid lane, which you want to be standing in to contest this coming dragon. 1 minute on Soul. I already think Woody is probably too tanky. We don't need to see Mountain Soul on him. I don't think West Point want to anyway.
No, and now all of a sudden it is going to be Lil V very, very close behind Maple in total gold. 5k is the overall advantage, but the top end of that is not very far split.
Yeah, the carries are looking pretty even. Kongyue is just chasing Maple.
Yeah.
He catches him, but
Weaver's wall did come through, but wasn't really able to safely continue on that chase. Through will come Call of the Forge God, though. It should land onto Char. Does. The knockout comes through, but he is able to buffer it with that dredge line and takes a bit of damage. Not really all that much offered back to Woody, but it is a massive cooldown now down. I'm not exactly sure of the precise cooldown, but it definitely won't be back up in time for this dragon.
yeah, I think PSG were trying to bait an early teleport out of this Malphite, but West Point don't bite and hold on to their TP. I think Malphite just wants to walk down to this fight.
Yep, realizes that the teleport is really, really crucial in a game like this.
Yeah.
Tristana is able to just end this game almost immediate flash forward. Char, though, misses a dredge line. This is not going to be good. Woody's tanking up and a lot of damage coming through on the back end. Everyone really on West Point losing about a quarter of their HP. Ryu as well, very, very low. Gold card comes around to 116. What kind of Malphite ult can be found? No one's stacking up. Maple is going to get knocked up, but no follow-ups coming through. Gold card lands, flash away from the Malphite. 116 is on just a slither of HP as Kongyue puts out the scattered earth to try and get himself out. Teleport now coming through. It's going to be Maple coming back from his recall. Another gold card connects. It's going to be Arjit picking up the kill there onto Kongyue's Talia. Welcome back to the PCS, Kongyue, but you and your team are going to lose game number 1. It's a 3v5 attack speed steroids available. And a lot of damage onto these towers as Maple starts to target down Nexus Tower number 1. It does go down. Call of the Forge God back off the cooldown. It's going to be Lil V knocked up, but he is safe. Knockup comes through again, and Junjia confirms himself yet another kill. And just like that, both Nexus Towers and the Nexus will be taken out. It's 27 minutes. It was a very exciting game number 1, but PSG come back to the PCS with style.
Yeah, no need to worry about Soul. They get 2 kills and decide to just end the game. Ends up only taking them 26 minutes. There was a speed bump there, though you couldn't really tell if you were looking at just the end game screen.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic Malphite ult found in the middle of the game to give West Point a bit of hope. They got the Baron, but ultimately they were pretty far behind. Admittedly, not their carries, but that kind of wasn't the point. You saw at the end there, it wasn't really the carries not doing damage that was the problem.
So the tanks just dying.
Yeah, Woody was just not even nearly as squishy as Char was, or even as Ryu was. And that's the support was tankier than anyone on the other team. And so it was very difficult for West Point to sort of burn through that health bar and try and get onto those carries. They looked for one Malphite ult. It landed onto Maple, admittedly. But there wasn't anyone that could actually walk past Woody to follow up on it. And so that really was the end of the game for West Point.
And he hit the Malphite ult onto the Tristana, but he didn't hit the Twisted Fate, and Aja just nearly killed him instantly.
Forced out the flash, and
yeah, it was not the Malphite I was expecting this game. The Malphite I was promised by myself was extremely unkillable, super tanky, 3 right clickers on the enemy team, 4 right clickers on the enemy team. But not at all. Nope, he just had a Sunfire Cape and just died.
Well, kind of. I must have got a bit dizzy in the draft or something, because I never ever at one stage connected the dots of Twisted Fate in Italy. You could just walk up there and throw a spear at a stun person. Not once did it even cross my mind. Then I saw it in game. I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense.
And it's so much less committal than the Renekton version of the same thing.
Less damage, less burst, straight up burst damage than the Renekton would offer, but it is safer, as you said. And you can pull off stuff like that first sort of 3 for 0 that did happen because it was the range version. You're able to more reliably land those stuns onto people and set up for that in Italy. And we saw it time and time again where simply all they'll do is stun Ryu on the Malphite and then throw an Italy spear, chunk him for a quarter of HP, and then take down a tower. And it was a very strong concept, and they executed on it. I mean, almost flawlessly up until maybe one mistake in a team fight.
I think it did just come down to pathing. I guess Kong Yue must have pathed down. I didn't see where he was when the top dive happened.
Scuttle crab, bottom side.
Right. Yeah, that had to be a pathing problem because he did nothing in the bottom lane. You know, no invade, no gank, no look even, while top lane was very easily gankable. I guess you don't really want to path to your Malphite if you're Talia, but Malphite was a win condition that game without his ultimate. You know, disregarding the Malphite ultimate, he could have been just too tanky to deal with that game.
Yeah, 380 carries essentially is what he was up against. And the solo AP Nidalee, which is never going to be a big threat.
And PSG just recognized exactly what they needed to do. On the first crash, they killed the Malphite, and he was 4 CS to 24 when he went down.
Forces out a really early teleport as well, which you're always going to have to teleport early as someone like Malphite into a ranged matchup. That is way too early because you come back, you get your minions, sure. You lose all your health again, and then you can't teleport back the second time. So the first wave, you're going to lose a bit of health, but you never really usually have to teleport away from it. What a call of the Forge God. I said it at the time, but that was really, really well timed by Woody.
Yeah, and Aja's just completely, with the help, from Woody, just shut down 2 members of West Point. Yeah, it's kind of a miracle the fight was even a 2 for 3.
Yeah, 116 in this fight as well. Got himself 2 nice shutdowns, but ultimately.
Another game with no complaints for 1116.
Yeah, did well in his lane and converted that to damage as the game progressed, but it really did become too difficult for him to do damage. Again, the ranged stun into a spear. If you are Lil V, Corki, or 116 or Kong Yue, you probably just die on the back end of that combo.
It sucked for Ryu. It's just a death for the Corki or the Seri or
the Nautilus at the stage of sort of how tanky he was, which was not very.
Yeah, you kind of saw PSG just going on to Cha in one of those fights towards the end. He managed to get out, but it's very scary for even the Nautilus. And Senna Prio seems to continue to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, Betty's always been good at Senna, right? And we saw it at MSI. He pulled out for Senna, I believe it was against FlyQuest, and did really, really well in that series. And so, showing some prowess on the champ.
Yeah.
Damage taken was Junjia somehow.
West Point is going to be taking blue side, you assume?
Yeah, they'll get side selection. I mean, was it? Did they take red? Yeah, they did take blue against Frank. They did.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll first pick the Tristana if the Corki matchup is that good for them.
Yeah.
Corki into Trist, so I doubt they'll pick the Trist. So it might be a first pick Senna on the table.
Yeah. I mean, after that game, it wouldn't be too surprising.
Yeah, deserved MVP for Junjia.
Very, yeah.
He kind of started it.
I think RJ also unsung hero, sort of. While it was Junjia who picked up that triple kill up in top side, none of that would have been possible if not for RJ. And teleported in, last hit one of the kills, and stun after stun coming through.
Oh yeah, well Senna Nidalee is not gonna kill anyone unless they really want to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, the CC from the Twisted Fate, and that's why the pick is so strong. It's kind of doesn't have a point in the game where it's really that weak when you put it in the top lane.
This is the example you talked
Yeah,
about.
and I mean, this was so immaculately played by Aja. He's actually running towards the enemy turret here, and that still doesn't even let West Point escape. They managed to kill all three here. You know, if you freeze frame at the start of this play happening and it's a TF being chased by 3 people, you probably don't expect a 3-0 fight. But yeah, Junjia.
Nice flash as well.
Recognizing when he can get these kills. Aja's cutting off everyone trying to run away, and Cha's just a level 4 Nautilus. Half HP under his turret. PSG licking their lips.
Nice dodge by Arjun. And once again, these elite teams in the PCS always impress me with how good they are at juggling turret aggro. I think that is a big difference you see between the top teams and the bottom teams in the PCS is that
you feel calm, cool, calm, and collected when they're diving. You're not worried or nervous. While
no one's
doing
getting executed randomly while someone that was waiting to auto attack. Or, you know, sometimes there's a bit of confusion around those turrets.
It never feels rushed with PSG, and even every play they make, it just they're willing to turn down more plays, I think, than any other team without being a passive team at all. There were just so many times they had their jungler there or they had an opportunity to fight and they just didn't because they weren't 100% sure it was going to work. And that's just PSG.
Yeah, and I think that's really important to note about them. And of course, it's something that West Point are going to have to try and improve on going into game number 2. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you soon.
"旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
You can be my
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays, let go.
No surprises for game number one. Absolute decimation by the hands of PSG. But game number two is going to have West Point choosing blue side. And what changes do we want to see? Because it's pretty hard to know exactly what. A lot of it's going to come down to draft and the jungle pathing early, because maybe the game goes a lot different if Ryu isn't just immediately dove level 2, level 3. And that really the only way that seems like it would be avoidable is if Kongyue was up on that top side to support him.
Yeah, I think you still don't run back the draft.
I don't think so.
If you're West Point. I think Senna priority is in order. At least for this series, with Nautilus and Ornn and Tom all being left open, you should be just happy to pick up the Senna and know that you're going to get a good pairing.
Will Char play a unique champ? He's at 1 over 3 games.
Nautilus.
Lil V, though, he's at 3.
Yeah, carrying the bot lane, champion diversity-wise.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Do they have priority over the Senna? Does Lil V want to play the Senna?
Yeah, we haven't actually seen him play it, right?
Yeah, we have not. And it is seemingly something that PSG are going to be very comfortable going for.
Yeah.
I want to see Betty on Ezreal, though, after his game 3. I think it was game 3. Maybe it was game 2 against BLG, where he just absolutely 1v9 giga carried. I really want to see it again. It was one of the performances of all time.
Do you remember what he played Ezreal into?
I don't remember.
I think Senna would be a fine matchup.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to be Ezreal into Senna. But I'm sure it's fine. It's kind of... Ezreal can just kind of be picked into whatever.
Yeah.
And it's going to always be fine. There are obviously champs it's not very good into, but...
Yeah, it's Ezreal, it only seems to matter what he's strong, how strong he is in any given meta.
Well, it's not even that, right? It's what items are strong.
Yeah, true.
Whether or not Ezreal's strong depends on the items more often than not.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one's found a crazy Ezreal build yet.
There'll be one out there, lingering, waiting to be located. Twisted Fate immediately banned. I think that is a really smart decision. Just showing prowess on the champ.
Yeah, if he can blind pick it with just one ban top lane as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
just the Jax.
Yeah. Skarner was banned too, so was Cassante, but I think you would take TF into either of those.
Yeah, you absolutely would. Skarner might be a little bit more difficult. Cassante, bit of a walk in the park.
Yeah.
Lucian going to be banned this time by PSG. Can't remember which team banned it last game. I think it actually might have been them last game as well. Hui once again up against 116 and Viego. That was their 3 bans. They've kept it all the same.
Yeah, but Skarner is open.
Yeah.
Instantly
Now, what's
pick.
Arj's answer? Ooh, Emperor of Shurima. We haven't seen him this split. Probably the Vayne top. I actually was thinking maybe Vayne top. It doesn't feel like an Arja champ in almost any regard.
The matchup is so good into Skarner.
Yeah, and it's very hard to find a good matchup into Skarner. You can kind of play Cassante, but Skarner's going to feel really good in that matchup. It's just sort of, you get to team fights and you're a Cassante.
Unfortunately, last second swap to Tristana. Or maybe fortunately, if you're Ryu, I don't think he wants to play against a Vayne.
I still would be surprised to see the Vayne pick later. I think it's more they just wanted to get their hands on the Tristana early, knowing that it's very unlikely West Point now will pick up the Vayne. They can just look for it third.
Do you still take away the Senna if you're West Point?
I don't see really a reason not to.
You don't have to worry about PSG picking the Senna, I don't think.
Alright, just lock in Draven. I like seeing Dravens.
Draven
They are so
blind.
feast or famine. But when they're feasting, it's so fun.
Just a straight up blind Draven. I'm down.
All right,
they will
Senna.
go for Senna. Senna, I like Ornn. I like Ornn over Tom Kench personally.
I mean, I think both are very good as things stand now.
Yeah.
Ornn obviously offers you a lot more utility for your team, being that you can get the items, but Tom offers a lot more safety for your Senna.
Yeah, and I would expect Cha to be a lot more familiar with Tom Kench rather than Ornn.
Yeah, most people in the world would. Even people that pioneered the Ornn, like Keria, he's probably put more games into the Tom.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. So will PSG pick up their ADC here? Or their jungler? I don't think they need to pick top unless they're really fixated on the Vayne.
I don't see why not pick the Vayne, especially now you're against Tom and... Oh, actually this does a lot of health damage.
Oh, yeah.
And I watched Arja's stream on twitch.television yesterday playing Mordekaiser top.
Yeah? How do you do?
He was giga smurfing. Korean
Okay.
solo queue. Absolutely taking it to them.
Okay. Yeah, that's a problem. I think I saw this matchup in LPL, and it was Mordekaiser favored.
Everything is, man.
Yeah.
I
that
think
is
I
true.
hear our producer actually out back just cheering,
Yeah.
crying
Oh, yeah.
tears of joy.
Right, Ricky is a Mordekaiser one trick.
Yeah.
I don't think this will be a bot lane Mordekaiser, though.
Not the bot lane Mord.
No, I
He
don't
proudly
think so.
announced his 60th game, I think it was, that he told us today.
Of bot lane.
80th.
80th game of bot lane Mordekaiser.
That's right.
Congratulations, Ricky. Here's to 100.
Let's see if Arja can make him proud on the top lane. Bans coming through. It is the Talia and the Nidalee. No surprises to see some AP bans, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense for West Point to be banning the AP junglers, being
Yeah.
that we do already have the Mordekaiser playing almost certainly AP up on the top side, the Riftmaker, the Rylai's.
Yeah, and the Tristana doesn't have to go mid as well, so they can just play an AD jungler.
I would suspect this to be the bot lane Corki, but it could,
Yeah.
as you said, be the other way around. We have seen Betty play Tristana AD carry in prior splits.
Yeah, no one wants to touch the Tristana ADC. I guess it just goes a lot better mid lane. But yeah, the option is always there to flex it.
Yeah, it isn't just has to go mid. A lot of the reason why people do like it mid, of course, is that you get levels faster, which gives you range faster, and it also just does pretty well
Yeah,
in most 1v1s, just
Yeah.
having the isolated damage from E and whatnot.
Yeah, once you ban Hui, it feels like there's no matchup you're scared of as the Tristana. PSG certainly aren't. They just are blind picking it. First pick last game.
Yeah, we might have the Kongyue Gragas jungle. It's something he's done quite a few times, and he is
Skarner can jungle
extremely
too.
good. Yeah, it could be Skarner. It's more likely to be Kongyue on the
Yeah.
Gragas, just
AD mid.
seeing Kongyue on Gragas jungle before. He is very strong at that. No way.
I doubt it.
No, please, don't curse us. Oh, Diana's fun too, but Nunu's more fun.
They do still need AP in the jungle, I think.
All right, well, that's probably more likely than either of what we saw.
It's a good Lilia game.
It is a lot of tanks.
Yeah.
Makes
It
a
was
lot of sense. You can run around a lot of these champs.
Yeah, it was a better brand game. I don't hate the brand. When they hovered brand for a second earlier, I was terrified for West Point.
I would be very scared to be brand against Gragas, Skarner, Tarm.
Yeah.
You'll do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but you are going to die
Yeah.
if your flash is ever off cooldown. And brands don't usually like taking flash.
Yeah, Ghost feels very good on brand. People do tend to just still take the flash.
Yeah. And you'd have to up against Gragas. There's not really two ways about it, because if Gragas has flash and you only have Ghost, you are going to get flash body
Will
slammed.
Aja take flash, or will he take Ghost on the Mordekaiser this game?
I would think flash.
Yeah, flash lets him get onto Senna and Chase maybe if he needs to.
And especially with how there is no Mercurial Scimitar cancelling out the Death Realm, it makes flash ulting a lot more successful than it used to be.
Yeah. Ghost would feel very good against the 3 tankier members though.
Yeah.
Just kind of
I mean,
can
Ghost
never
always
kill him.
just feels nice if you
Yeah.
can get away with it. It's just not always easy to be able to.
It is nerfed as well on this patch.
Yep. Heightened cooldown.
So I don't hate this draft from West Point at all.
I mean, I don't hate either drafts. It's always, I mean, as every composition, it doesn't matter how strong it is, you do have to execute on it, and for that reason alone, I, again, just have to favor PSG, but I think so far we've seen in Game 1 and 2, the draft actually makes sense for West Point.
Yeah, I'm
I think
excited to see the Skarner.
Yeah, it's the first time you can see it. Oktoberfest, Gragas.
Very good choice.
Yeah, good start to the skin game there. We've got TSM out of 116 this time.
First strike Gragas.
I think
I
maybe
think that's interesting.
in Maple's career, TSM might have been his team that he was least successful on. I think.
Yeah. Were they winning LCS?
No, they absolutely were not.
Yeah, okay. And not winning domestically is an underperformance for Maple.
Minions have spawned.
Still very storied career. Being the worst team that Maple's been on in Maple's career is
and it's TSM.
Yeah, it's not really saying anything that negative. Let's just put it that way. He has been quite the storied and talented player since his beginning in Pro.
Is TSM still even a team in NA, though? Do you think there are people who don't even know what we're talking about?
Oh, no, people
know
will know TSM. Surely. They've only been gone for 1 year, right? Is it just this year?
I'm not sure. I don't even know what happened to them. Maybe we shouldn't get into it.
Yeah. Oh, they just decided to leave. Nothing,
okay.
Nothing terrible happened to them.
Okay.
They said they were going to a different region and never did. I'm interested to see the top lane, I think, out of every lane.
Yeah, I've been staring at mid lane just because they're trading.
Yeah, I've seen this time and time again. This is going a lot worse for the Jace than it used to. Generally, what happens is Tristana and Jace trade health bars near on evenly.
Yeah.
But Tristana wins out early simply because Jace runs out of mana. But in this case, Maple's winning in both regards, which
running out of mana and HP
is definitely a concern. It signals that a few shock blasts perhaps were missed.
Yeah.
Maybe opportunities to switch to hammer, go for that all out and proc phase rush and run away, which tends to be the trade pattern. Tristana puts the bomb on you, you swap form, Q, auto E, run away, and the trade tends to come out evenly other than mana. Now we might see that in action here. And
nice reaction by 1116 there. He got every spell off and hit on Maple. Only way he's coming out with anything resembling an even trade there. But yeah, he's dire straits already in the mid lane.
Yeah, after first recall, if you can get the tier, it does get better. Obviously, you're still losing, even with the tier. You just have a little bit more mana, so you can somewhat stay a little longer.
Yeah.
The problem does really exist until you get Dirk. Once you're at Serrated Dirk, you actually kind of win the trades because Tristana needs to get to a Kraken Slayer, and the components for that are a lot weaker.
Yeah, for now, Maple with a little lead. Woody did waste a lot of time mid, and he's still hanging around. This might catch West Point off guard, but if it doesn't, he is very behind on this Nautilus now. He has just been wandering around mid lane for at least a minute.
Jinjir, much faster clear than the Gragas.
Oh, wow.
And what a combo! Maple trying to flash away, might be able to get out. No, he will not. 116 is going to go down. Flash forward from Woody as well. Does land the hook onto Kongyue. That's both flashes out of the mid jungle, but it is first blood for West Point, with only the answer back there at the very end for Jinjir.
Yeah, with Woody still stuck here, getting nothing for his flash. Very good for West Point.
Char and Ilvi here, though. They're looking for Woody. Woody might have gone a very greedy way around. Doesn't have flash available. Rooted up. Char, though, is not going to be able to follow up any further. Did get a little bit risky.
Not enough damage on the center at this point, and Gragas was doing the crab.
Oh, the combo here, though. The knockback into the flash body slam.
Yeah, very aggressive from 1-on-6, and yeah, nails it. I think maybe didn't even have to flash on the Gragas, but they secure it with the flash. And then Woody just essentially wastes his flash here. Kongyue is perfectly fine. Wave is perfectly fine for Jace. So once he catches all of this, he is going to be even or ahead on CS. Almost even. Top lane, dead even. Bot lane, slightly ahead for the Corki. You kind of expect these center lanes to go down a bit of CS just by virtue of being melee on their farmer.
Hook lands from Woody. Char takes a chunk of damage for not being able to get out of the way of that, and it is once again going to be Betty, the benefactor of a CS advantage in the bottom side. Yep. Teleport coming through from Ryu, and recall from Aja to match.
Yeah, slightly better recall for Aja.
Yeah.
Once he collects this wave, he's going to be up a little bit of CS and XP.
Starts off with the Merc Treads in the top side.
Yeah, I'm assuming Mordekaiser just massively outscales this matchup. I think at 1 item, 2 items, Skarner can never kill him.
Oh, rocket jump defensively there for Maple is very, very wise, as Kongyue was lurking in the bottom side of that mid lane bush.
Yeah, Woody is
though,
roaming.
Yeah, and Ginger is also here. Hook does connect. It is going to be answered with the ultimate here coming out of Skarner. Nice shock blast. And it is going to be fantastic CC chaining onto Junji. He does manage to get himself away there as Maple does jump on in onto the Skarner, but Skarner is so tanky. Maple gets away, the Buster shot, it is one found, another one as well, as it's going to be Lilvi trying to fight this Nico. Junja needs to land the Q, and it's going to be RJ dropping the hammer, and they are able to pick up that team fight win in the top side are PSG Talon.
And it's just a complete outplay by PSG in this fight. That should have been an even fight. Maybe even better for West Point, but PSG, no one goes down, and they managed to pick up 2 kills. Was it 3 kills or 2 kills?
It was 3.
They kill all 3. So it starts with engage onto Ryu here, who is perfectly fine and even lands a 2-man ulti into this shock blast here, into a nice flash onto Junjia. Junjia should go down immediately there, but he manages to survive. And the target selection is just better from PSG. Maple does go down, but it's not.
Oh, hold
It's
up.
not at all worth it.
Back to live, and Junjia has lost his flash. He's also at 1 HP, but importantly has survived, and he is 2-0-2 now on this Lilia.
Yeah.
Someone to keep your eyes on now, as West Point are going to be able to pick up their first Void Grubs of the series. 1 and 2 for them here.
Yeah, no dragon picked up. No dragon picked up for either team yet. We'll see if Junjia just wants to run to do that, because the Scragus is still level 5.
Yeah, with
only
with
half
the
a bar.
The Dragon win con not really being there early on, it's probably leading to a bit of a longer game. The champions do suggest that as well. Nice buffer from Woody, but he is slowed up as Tongue Lash did connect onto him, and he will be taken down as 116 on the Jace, able to pick that one up as Maple has to rocket jump on out of there.
Now, do they contest the dragon without Maple? Because this is still a level 5 Gragas. We're getting a replay of how Flash was lost by Junjia in the corner here. It's just Skarner things by the look of it.
Yep.
Kind of incredible that Junjia had his Flash up after that fight in the river. Going to be a little bit frustrating if you're West Point.
This will be known if any camera from West Point pans towards the dragon, and as pings are down on it, you do expect they have been, and Arja very handily winning the 1v1. And this one right here, fellas, is for Ricky in the back.
Yeah, it looks
Solo
like,
kill up in the top side.
yeah, with just Merc Treads, he just ults him and kills him.
Yeah, see how that starts. If it starts any particular way, body slam and flash, and nice usage there of that cast to try and get himself out. The ignite ticking, the burn ticking, and Junja gets his 3rd.
Yeah, honestly, so well played by Kongyue, but he goes down to the burn from the Lilia. Junjia 3-0 now. Very fed again.
Yeah, I thought the explosive cast might just do it, but wasn't to be. And second game in a row now, Junja has everything he could possibly need to get this across the line, albeit this game, he's on a bit more of a 1v9 carry machine champion.
I mean, sometimes it doesn't feel as bad against a fed Lilia. As long as you have lockdown, and this is going to be the solo kill by
He just lands
Arja.
everything.
Yeah.
Wow, even midway through getting stunned, gets into the death round to cancel it.
Yeah. There's now nothing Ryu can do. He may as well hold S and wait for his screen to turn gray.
Yeah, and the ult as well just keeps him in range constantly of that Mordekaiser passive burn.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hook, nice cast, as you said. Very clean, but he just barely goes down to
Yeah, the
some
Lilia burn.
dot. Yeah. Maple dodges a shock blast from the Jace.
Only one turret plate has been taken.
Yeah.
It is in that bot lane.
Very even lanes. Apart from top lane now, if you look at it.
It's incredible to me that with how much roaming's been going on, there's only been one tower plate.
Yeah.
A lot of fighting too. 9 kills. We're 10 minutes in. Bloodbath.
Yeah, Root lands onto Woody, but I don't think West Point want to take this fight. Tom is coming now.
Kongyue doesn't want to give over this red buff, but we'll have to as Junji is quicker with that smite. Oh, Dredgeline misses the wall, and now Woody in a very bad position. Explosive cast gets him into the middle of the side of West Point, but the flash available gets himself over that Dragon Pit and away from any form of harm, as Junji also looks to now take away these Raptors, and Kongyue slowly but surely being choked out of his own jungle.
Yeah, he kills them so fast, there's nothing you can do. It was actually PSG retreating, but he takes the Raptors on the way out. 2 spells. That's all it takes. They get Woody's flash at least. Very nice cask from Kongyue, but they're going to need a bit more to get back into this game.
He does have Lichbane now.
Yeah, especially with top lane. Top lane's such a disaster. And it's only getting worse. 2 levels now for Aja.
I assume that Mordekaiser is still going to build Riftmaker. It might be Leandri's, considering the health available, but I imagine Riftmaker and then Leandri somewhere later in the build probably makes the most sense.
Yeah, I don't think he'll commit to a full AP build this game. I think just 1 or 2 AP items into tank.
For sure. He's 2-0. Got to commit now.
Yeah, unfortunately. Pro players are boring. He does need to get Dark Seal. And Mage Eyes, maybe, on the books. 2 stacks on the Dark Seal of Junjia.
Yeah. And it is the Leandri's first for him on the Lilia. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, full item now on the Lilia, and a couple of culls about to be finished. As Betty just finished his cull, Maple's going to finish his soon.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser's going to hit a spike. So not a bad idea for West Point to fight, but PSG showing that discipline again.
Yeah, and they're able to just trade the 3 for 3 in terms of those Void Grubs, and that means there won't be any Void Mites this game. Did lose a teleport, but it was only... Actually, they lost 2 teleports. Ryu as well as Char, no longer having that summoner available for themselves. But again, they do deny any Void Mites coming through and keep the spawns equal.
Yeah, and Betty got to wail on bot tower that entire time. Pick up a plate for himself. Maybe 2 even.
Yeah, Triforce as well for this Corki is...
So he's gone for the Triforce Fleet Footwork Corki. I think I prefer the Halo Blades, full crit lethality Corki, but maybe just too many tanks on the enemy team this game to build lethality.
Yeah, it always kind of feels bad building lethality into tanks. As 2v1 and Betty has just about one-shot Lil B.
Wow. Grabbed the barrier. What was that keystone called again? The barrier when you stand next to people?
Guardian.
Guardian, yeah. Procs the Guardian as well, sorry.
Maple losing out on that trade as 116 jumps in aggressively to match the explosive charge. Phosphorus Bum as well landing down here on the bot side. Kongyue in the area has his Lichbane. Will do boatloads of damage if he's able to get onto any of these squishier members of PSG, which he has been able to reasonably consistently throughout the game, but now will be when he's able to actually output true threat in terms of DPS.
Sha9 though, flashes. Nice flash.
You know, ultimately the lollipop of Nautilus wouldn't have landed, but
my goodness.
Explosive start to that out of the side of West Point is
Ulti.
Kongyue feeling a little bit sleepy, but really is no follow-up from
Will West Point contest this? I think PSG aren't even going to commit to it. Yeah, they don't, and they're just off of it. And yeah, it looks like anytime Kongyue has his flash up, he right-clicks on Maple, runs straight to him. He was already chunked because of a few nice shock blasts landing.
Very decisive, though. And
yeah, loved that. Loved that from West Point. Spares them that dragon. They do have to find a way to actually get a dragon.
Yeah, they do have a very slow dragon at this point. Jace speeds it up a little bit now as he's starting to get some items online, but the Senna never truly a great champion at taking these neutral objectives.
Will they even contest it? Doesn't look like it. Maybe Rift Herald cross map, but I think Junjia will run to the Rift Herald. Doesn't have any bot lane camps up, all his top camps up. So pretty scary to go for this Herald now.
Back to the top side, let's see what can really happen here. Doesn't seem like a much. Rift Maker, rather, was the item of choice here for Arja.
Yeah, and now Senna's ulted.
Senna, surely you are not going anywhere. There is no way there's much Death Realm available that side of the Rift. It's going to be able to get that flash out afterwards, but it's going to be Ryu who inevitably pays for the sins of the Senna, and even on the back end, 116 catches a bowling ball, but Rift Herald will be PSG's as well. They're taking pretty much every objective there is on the map.
Oh man, Ryu really struggling this game. 0-3 now, 100 CS at 15 minutes, and you saw him just get completely one-shot. in that last fight. He even got his ulti off. And just got killed by Maple, who wasn't in the ulti. So Ryu's going to have a hard time being useful this game, you know, with 4 damage threats on the side of PSG.
Uh-oh, 1-6. Teleport coming through here. Could be Char, could be Ryu. It's going to be Ryu. But
Okay. Trade of TP's Rift Herald picked up by PSG. Looking pretty good for PSG right now.
Char threatening to cancel his B, but
Yeah, it doesn't actually...
Betty with Nerves of Steel just completes it in his face.
Yeah, I guess what's a Tom going to do?
Cena was nearby, but yeah, you're never killing the Corki there. Just, I mean, if Betty made a mistake after not cancelling B, there's a chance that he loses a sum.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's... I feel like Orin is maybe a little more threatening and a little more generally useful than the Tahm Kench.
Depends on your objective.
Yeah.
You already have ways to start fights in this game. You have the Skarner who's able to engage. Gragas as well with a nice flash body slam, even just an explosive cask. And ultimately, you kind of want to be able to give time to poke for Jace until Skarner's able to find the ideal engage anyway. But much like game number 1, the problem is Ryu might find a massive engage, but he's going to be very squishy. And if it's not absolutely perfect, will likely just be shred through.
Yeah, somehow the same. He's in the same position as last game, where his tank isn't really a tank. He has to find some crazy ultimate.
Hook lands there onto Char, who's likewise in a very similar position. Ryu going forward, but PSG, wise to his tricks, did back off in time. That mid lane tower is up, but
yeah,
I wish we could hover over it because that looked like it was
freeze,
at literal 1 HP.
Stiff freeze will blow it over. Top tower is certainly dead.
A stiff Iron Reverend will take that down. Revenant even.
No, I was just going to leave it. Not in a rush to take it.
Looks like Leandri's might be his next... Oh, I mean, this could also be Rylai's.
I really like Rylai's this game for Mordekaiser.
Oh, yeah, there's so many melee champs to just...
stick onto.
Slow. Yeah. Oh, looking for it again, but unfortunately not quite got the distance this time, and that is just a loss of flash there for 116. I like what they're doing, though, again, just being proactive. At the moment, Maple is probably the weakest of the carries on PSG, but...
Yeah. And, yeah, at least Kongyue didn't use his flash.
Yeah.
That is the much more important and threatening flash of the pair anyway. Maple still just grabs the tower, and it looks like every outer is about to fall. Yeah,
it's a bit of a game of dominoes here. All the outers are one by one falling down. Westpoint able to keep control over the mid lane.
Manamune now on this Jace, so 116 is going to be doing a lot of damage if he can connect with this poke. A lot of targets on PSG.
Yeah. Junji wisely, though, does have the Zhonyas, so we'll be able to absorb some of that, as well as just the health that comes from building a Leandri's.
Yeah, and here is the final domino, at least for the tier 1 turrets. So, 116 engaged on no flash.
Yeah, rocket jump, bust a shot, but phase rush procced, not quite enough damage coming out of this Tristana just yet.
Yeah. Very favorable trade either way, though, and Maple's going to pick up another wave.
Maple, it's so hard to keep up with who's teleporting.
Yeah, once you've got the center lanes.
I looked, I was like, okay, it could be Ryu and 116. They both have teleport, and then just a Tahm turns up.
Yeah, I'm liking this new Warmog support trend. As long as you're not against a Karthus, probably build Locket against that guy.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we? Oh, nice knockup coming through. Junji with the Zhonyas, though, getting a little bit of value out of it now. See if he can get out. He won't be able to. Root it up, shut down Ryu, getting that one for himself, but in comes Archer. This is a massive, massive Mordekaiser. He gets 1 kill for himself, but it is traded back as 116 is able to answer in return. Betty alive, Woody alive. Hook is going to connect. It's onto the Skarner, and Archer has not lost a lot of health, but the 3-man from Ryu! It's going to be very, very massive. It is Betty, though, who's offering the damage. The claw will be flashed away from, and somehow that turns into a 3-for-3.
Yeah, I think PSG can still do the Dragon now if they want to. They're not going to go for it. Maple had a ridiculous team fight there, and Betty is somehow untouched at the end of it. And again, just like in the first game, these team fights look good, and it looks like Westpoint have a chance, but somehow PSG just dance around them. and come out with even or winning team fights. This is an amazing engage now from the Tahm Kench. There is the Zhonya's for the Lilia, but he goes down immediately after. Yeah, instantly. Somehow Woody's alive.
Yeah, and then the Warmogs already getting value. Well, picture-in-picture, though. We are back in the team fight. It's going to be Woody taken out.
Oh, Woody's dead.
Yeah, we have a 5v4 now ahead of what could be the third Dragon for PSG, but looking favorable for the side of West Point. And with that recalls coming through here for RG, they are going to give this one up. And I hope no one has anyone to be here. We could be here for a while.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why Skarner is just permanently banned. This is about as horrible of an early game as you could have had on Skarner. And he's almost just winning them these fights anyway. With that 3-man ulti at the end. I mean, it looked disastrous. And this pick in the bottom right, it looked like it was just a Senna W. Tahm Q to slow, and Senna W to root Woody on the Nautilus.
Yeah, I'm getting dizzy between which one's the replay and which one's not on my screen now. I'm confused.
Yeah, new approach to the picture-in-picture.
Back on the map we go, though, as
Yeah.
it is West Point who did pick up that dragon, obviously.
Yeah, it was a Rylai's on the Mordekaiser, and it is going to be a full AP Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I told you. And it's going to be Leandri's third, so he's building all the items I said. I like this guy.
Yeah, I respect that. How do you decide between these 3 items? Aren't these just the 3 Mordekaiser items? What else is there? Cosmic Drive? Nashers?
I don't know about Nash's. That's a bold one.
Ricky said Nashers. Oh, no, that's probably more of a bot Mordekaiser.
Yeah. He is 80 carry, so you need to be auto-attacking, you know? Oh, Kongyue! He finds the angle. That had to have been a max range body slam. It gets the kill, the shock blast. Woody's going to get his hook cancelled, but he does land a 3-man knock-up, and Archer's here. Kongyue's not going to be for very long. Drop the hammer. There's one. Turns around, lands it onto Lilvi. The claw's going to force out. The flash as Maple comes flying on in. In comes the Suppresso, and Archer is taken down. It's a shutdown that Char 9's able to get, but these 280 carries are alive. Char, he's healing up. He gets the tongue lash. Rocket jumping. Rocket jumping. Buster shot for Maple.
Oh, and another fight that looked great for West Point, but this time it's Maple who just completely shuts down the fight at the end. They don't have enough juice to kill this Tristana. So even in a 2v3, they get chased down, and 2 of them go down.
Yeah, all things said and done, it is those 280 carries standing strong.
Yeah.
Betty, while not having the flashiest game, has had an impeccable one. He sits deathless, and by God, is he doing some damage as the attention of PSG now towards this Baron. 280 carries are going to absolutely shred it, and with Junjia's death being so quick in that fight, he is back on the map already to contest.
Yeah.
Through comes
Kongyue.
the tank and Ryu. And the one-shot Horseman and in Kongyue, what will they be able to find? It is the Baron already going down. Shock Blast is massive. And Ryu is in the pit here. Junjin, no flash. Does get a 3-man sleep with that Zhonya's, but Char with a perfectly timed knock-up does mean that this Lily is going to be fouled.
Yeah, happy to give up 1 kill for the Baron, though, if you're PSG. And this fight starts with Junjia just going down to a pretty immaculate play by the mid-jungle of West Point. Even get the Lilia flash here. Disengage onto Woody, I don't think it is an overchase yet. He does land the Malphite ulti onto 3 there, essentially. But watch 1116. Once Mordekaiser comes out, 1116 jumps on him like it's time to kill him, but quickly finds out this is a very fed Mordekaiser. Maple found a ridiculous angle to show up for this fight. He would have killed the Jace anyway had he just run. And then, yeah, there's only a Senna to threaten these 2 ADCs here, which means there's nothing to threaten these 2 ADCs.
Yeah, I was going to say, and threaten these AD carries, she does not.
Yeah. Plenty of damage in that fight for the Senna.
Junjia,
yeah, got to take that team fight off, and all his carries doing almost 4,000 damage each.
Yeah. By the way, what an incredible Q from RJ. He must have seen the little shadow things when you're in the death realm. You know, you can see like...
did he come out and immediately...
He hit like the Q prepped. Like it was immediate. As soon as he came out, he just 180, backflip, 360, no-scoped. Lil V in the head with his Q solo and pretty much half-alphed him through barrier.
Shot. Yeah, that's a 2-shot. 2 isolated Mordekaiser Qs on the Senna will do it.
Very impressive, I think, there from Arja to be able to pull that off. Char hooked. Through will come that depth charge. It is onto Lil V, who is not really in any form of danger and is going to get out that ultimate from the center, though, to keep Char alive.
Yeah, you're not too upset about losing Senna ulti if you're West Point. You'd rather have it, of course, but mostly going to be Jace poke, trying to keep them alive throughout this Baron, and we've seen this before, yeah.
There's flash available here for Kongyue, and
yeah,
good bit of poke there.
Yeah, Woody much tankier than he was previously, though. Not as easy of a pick, and does have a Warmog, so can just back off and heal back up to full.
And obviously, we know Skarner has a ridiculous amount of wave clear, but it's kind of not the same when you're against Baron minions 27 minutes into this game, so it's going to struggle a lot when it comes to those. But at least for now, going pretty aggressive onto Arja and doing a reasonable chunk of damage as well.
Yeah, problem is, if he gets a gank, the Gragas won't be enough.
Well, the Gragas is going to get gobbled up into a death round and probably die.
Either of them gets ulted, and the Mordekaiser is just fine. Very oppressive from ahead, because he can just sit here in a side lane.
Yeah, the worst part is, right, you can't really kill him 1v1, so he goes into the death round, kills you, and gets your stats. That's not really the easiest to deal with.
Uh-oh.
Gobbled up, Devour, Lilia, Junjie, gonna go golden. There is a lot of damage that can come through afterwards if timed well, but not able to do so. Kongyue does have flash available as 116, looking to try help out his top laner, but is gonna end up losing his flash for that attempt, as Maple on the bottom is just going absolutely nuclear. Lil V's going to be taken out. Char was taken out. Every single person in West Point was taken out, and it's going to be a 28-minute done and dusted game number 2 and a series win for the PSG, who just returned from MSI.
It kind of feels like West Point all died at the same time at the end there. That was kind of bizarre. It's just like it all fell apart at the very end, and PSG killed every single member of West Point.
In different areas.
Yeah,
so.
within a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like a Mission Impossible movie.
PSG, I mean, we expected them to come in and look strong. They have. Obviously, there are things you could critique about what happened in all of these games. Ryu as well, I might say, rough lane phase, but fantastic team fighting from him on the Skarner and on the Malphite. Tough to see them lose again, but, I mean, so far they've gone against two very, very hard to beat teams. I mean, Frank, who, especially with the upgrade of Wako, is top 2, you know, top 3, top 2. It's hard to sort of say at this stage of the season. That was your game number 1, your game number 2 now against PSG, who it's hard to say they're not rank 1 after.
CFO next, and then they've just got the Murderers row to start the split. Hopefully they're not too discouraged. I really like the West Point drafts, honestly, and we both loved their proactive plays.
Yes.
All game. They were not scared just because they were against PSG. They were just willing to go, pull the trigger, and unfortunately it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, they had their moments though, right? The mid play onto Maple with a fantastic knockback from 116 on the Jace into a flash body slam from Kongyue. It's something we've seen in the past in the PCS, not for a long while, but when he executed that flawlessly, it looks really, really good, and it shows a level of cohesion that you can look towards in the future. Yeah. Because Kongyue and 116 have played on the same team before.
Yeah,
and so
you could tell. Their synergy was very impressive.
Yeah, and I think it also tells in the entire team's cohesion and in their proactive plays. Because, yes, they were bested in a lot of the times they went to look aggressively. But I think if you're doing that against a team that's not PSG, you are going to win the majority of those engagements. In this case, they weren't able to. But again, you're against PSG. You've got Arja, who's solo killing his lane up top. Maple, while not having a phenomenal performance in either of these games, he was still getting gold. He was still making sure he was a valid threat.
He was getting very focused in that second game.
Yeah, exactly. And he was still finding ways to make sure he had the gold, make sure he could be a threat in these team fights. And I mean, Betty playing flawlessly in both games.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just don't notice him.
Yeah.
In these games, and when you're on Senna, Corki, scaling up, kind of all you can hope for from your ADC. He did great damage, never died. Did he die?
No. Maybe Series 1? Maybe Game 1? I don't remember. No, he did. He died Game 1 because of the 4-man Malphite ult.
Oh,
Everyone died except for Maple there. So yeah, he definitely died Game 1. But Game 2, he was deathless.
Yeah.
And just every single team fight, you notice that it was like, wow, my whole team's dead, but Betty and someone would always be alive. And it was enough to make sure that the fight was never a loss. And sort of when you're a team, when you've got someone that's able to provide that for you, it's going to do a whole hell of a lot when it comes to a series. And yes, these ones are only best of 3, but you see how good it is for them in best of 5s, and that's sort of why PSG is so scared.
Yeah, I think PSG lost one fight / skirmish that entire series, and it was off of a 4-man Malphite ulti.
Yeah, nearly a second one, but even somehow that team fight ended up just as a 3-for-3 somehow. Was it 2-for-2? I don't remember. The 3-man Skarner ult, and somehow Betty didn't die in that.
But what you said is very relevant. It like doesn't feel like they ever lose.
Yeah.
If the team fight is going amazingly for the other team, it's an even fight.
Yeah.
Where the enemy team can't even get an objective. This fight starts incredibly. Junjie loses his flash and just goes down to Jace auto attacks.
Kongyu insanely good.
Yeah, I mean, very clean. And then Woody, it's kind of a botched chase onto Woody. They miss a lot of spells, and Aja just starts the fight by...
Watch this board queue, by the way. Watch this board queue.
Yeah,
just
instantly.
Immediate.
Yeah, like he's a machine. Lil V didn't know how to react. He just barriered.
Look like Ricky out there.
Yeah.
Gets gobbled up. Does go down here. I think it was a shutdown. And honestly, that's one thing Mistpoint also did well, is in these team fights, they were often getting shutdowns.
Yeah.
Sometimes it was on 2 champs that don't matter. Like, you didn't really want that shutdown to be going over 2 char on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but yeah, still targeting the right people.
And then you have it. I mean, Betty, while not really having any standout moments, did do just the most damage in the game. And
accurate with his rockets, did all his damage, got his items, farmed up.
And 100% uptime never hurts, so...
Yeah.
Well played by him. It was also just well played by all of PSG. Maple having a rough early game, but that's kind of by virtue of being flashed on repeat.
Yeah, they're just constantly committing double flashes onto you. You kind of have to accept it. Be happy that you're even in farm, getting to side lane as the Tristana.
116 as well. I mean, both games played perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that is rough at the moment, is that 116 hasn't really had a game where you're like, damn, you played poorly, but he's just lost every game so far.
Yeah.
It always sucks when you see that.
Yeah.
Like, just, he's such a strong player, but unfortunately isn't able to find these wins yet. Arja, ever the lover, holding up those love hand signs.
Yeah, most kills at 6. Kind of just kills spread across the board for PSG. They got a lot of kills this game, but yeah, kind of everyone had a couple.
Like, Arja's like got a somewhat smirk on his face.
Yeah.
You know, he's like trying not to laugh while holding up his love. My man. MVP for the man as well, so he's going to be a whole lot happier now.
Yeah, deserved.
It's another MVP to his trophy. This guy gets a lot of MVPs. And the best part is he never really has a play that's like real flashy. Like, it's never
there's
like
no play of the game replay.
Yeah. It's just he is just
the whole
so
VOD, the whole VOD is the play.
Yeah, he's just so consistently good. And honestly, in not every meta, but in metas that you can do that as top lane, he is just the best top lane ever. Kind of sucked never getting to see him actually 1v1 at MSI, you know? He's just lane swapped on every single game.
Yeah. Yeah, I can live without the lane swaps. This was his first solo kill.
Yeah, just walking around bashing his head in.
Yeah, not much you can do. Matchup does not look great. Farm was okay.
Yeah.
For the Skarner until it wasn't. Until he started just getting ulted and dying, and then obviously you can't keep up farm at that point.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if Ryu's main role is jungle or top, because he seemed perfectly okay at top. The only sort of critique is, I guess, game 1 is realizing when you have to be even more safe. Like, you can't even walk into a range of TF autoing you, because ultimately he lost his flash first before the minions had even crashed. He sort of lost it to get back to his tower in that first game. And following on from that, sort of got tower dove. Game number 2, I don't really know. We didn't see top lane a whole lot until the solo kill happened.
I think where you saw him struggle is where you see a lot of people new to their position struggle. It was just unfamiliar circumstances, like 4 people are top for no reason.
For sure. We're going to go to an interview with Patty and Junjie, and we'll be back right after. Please do enjoy.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们邀请到是 PSG 的打野选手俊佳，请俊佳先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的打野俊佳。
So last week you guys had a little break. Today is your first game at PCS Summer. How do you feel about winning the other team with a 2-0 today? 上个星期其实你们有稍作休息一下，然后今天是你们在夏季赛的第一场比赛，也以2-0非常顺利的赢下了对面。想问一下你现在心情如何？
因为我们距离前面已经蛮久，过一段时间没打比赛了，然后这次赢下来还是蛮开心的。
So it's been a while since we last played a competition. So after winning this game, I still feel very happy about it. So in this patch, we see a lot of AP jungle champions on stage, like Natalie or Karthus. How do you feel about the changes, and does it match your play style? 所以我们在这个版本其实会看到比较多的 AP 打野英雄，像是奈德利啊，或是卡尔瑟斯这样的英雄出现在赛场上。你自己怎么看待这些改变，以及它跟你合不合这个版本？
我觉得让打野变得很有趣吧，但是这些 AP 打野就是需要很多操作，然后就现在得把操作练得更好一点。
I think the changes make a jungle position more diverse and more fun to play. But you need to learn to play these champions and to know a lot more techniques for playing these champions. So I really need to train myself and train my techniques to play better in this patch. So you guys had a wonderful performance at MSI, so everyone still remembers it. How do you feel about PCS Summer? What do you want to bring from MSI to PCS Summer this year? 你们在 MSI 的表现，大家都历历在目，也都记忆犹新。想问一下，你自己有什么想要从 MSI 学到的东西，想要在这一次的 PCS 夏季赛带给大家的？
因为我们在 MSI 跟了很多强队团练嘛，然后我觉得他们的进攻跟防守的回合都做得特别好，然后在这方面就学到了很多。
So we played and scrimmed a lot of really good teams at MSI. I feel like their attacks and their comebacks are really good. I learned a lot from them. I really want to bring those to PCS and help our region grow. Do you have any expectations for the summer this split? 你这个赛季在夏季赛有没有什么想要达到的目标或者什么期待？
就希望夏季赛一样能拿冠军吧。
So I just want to win champion in this summer. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
He wants to win the championship this season. And
I think
honestly,
he will.
What a great start to that. Just a quick 2-0, quick done.
And I mean, a pretty good look for Junjia.
Yeah,
as well.
Played well. Game 2 was a bit rough. Game 1, I think, was a lot better.
Yeah, Game 2, he had a better performance. Early game, both games immaculate.
Oh, yeah.
Getting super fed. I mean, probably harder on Lilia, definitely harder on Lilia than Nidalee to get those early kills.
Yeah, to be 2-0-2 that early, yeah.
Gotta be happy if you're Junjia, Aja, just down the board. I can't think of anyone on PSG who's too upset.
Maple, because he got focused so much, and you know, it's like, you know, I know a certain mid laner that when he gets ganked, he's not very happy.
Yeah,
I think
I know that.
A lot of PCS viewers might know him as well. It's a shock. We are going to go to a break. It is going to be a little bit longer than the last one as we do get ready for game number 2, or series number 2. We will see you there, though.
即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Golden moments, don't stop dancing. take a shot, come on. 'Cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh.
Tell me what you feeling, 'cause I'm feeling you. High as the ceiling, 'cause I'm breathing you. I can tell by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too. Got that drip on you like the second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. We ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe.
Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style.
Girl, I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way, just like they say, just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you seeing dollar signs. You can get your own, 'cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well, get in line. Just get in line, get in line.
Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. You drain me. Counted corners on my windows far too long. Will you be gone? Blame the rain. A perfect day to stay inside, safe and sound. On solid ground.
With a very convincing series number 1 from PSG done and dusted, we now head to series number 2, which I think is probably going to be the more entertaining of the two series.
Certainly.
It is going to be between DCG and HPS, and of course, I don't think I remember the last time I saw a DCG series that I thought, damn, this was awfully boring. It's always got some absolute madness going on, whether it be picks or
there's always going to be
otherwise.
something unexpected. We're never going to be, you know, just sitting in our seats.
Nessus was last week's unexpected.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about Nessus.
Yeah, you forgot about the Nessus, the first
And it
strike
damn
top
near almost
Nessus.
worked.
Yeah, there were moments of brilliance out of the Nessus, but unfortunately, it turned out that he picked Nessus.
Yeah, it's
and-
CFO, wasn't it, to be fair?
Yeah, it was against CFO. And it honestly looked like it probably would have worked against
A lesser
almost
team.
any other team. Maybe Frank, CFO, and PSG are going to be the toughest, but
Yeah.
it wasn't to be. It is going to be a 1v1 between, I believe, Orca and Guangguan between these two. And we saw probably the most exciting 1v1 to date, I think, in the most recent. It certainly was the most up and down out of any of
Callista?
them. Yeah.
Yeah, that was completely unexpected. There was the Pantheon versus Casio one from last split.
Yeah, but I think this one was just like, it just
Well, you had
was,
no idea. Well, we knew who was going to win.
Yeah,
and
it was
was
done.
1-1-6.
Game was over. 116 had cleared that fraud and then lost.
Yeah.
So maybe we're just done.
Heimerdinger must be banned away from Orca. He's going to go with Corki.
All right, well, there's very clearly a meta established.
Yeah, Corki into Callista.
Is Orca just the 1v1 king of DCG?
I guess so.
I don't remember the last time I saw anyone else play a 1v1. I remember Taco, I believe, played one
Yeah.
and lost it, and ever since then it's like, all right, Orca, it's you.
Yeah. I mean, why not? He's got very good results in the 1v1s, I think.
Oh, yeah, he's phenomenal. I believe he was the person that ended Jiang's 1v1 win streak, if I remember correctly, with the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, might have been. Unfortunately, DCG, all of last split, just picked red side, so it didn't even matter.
That's not a great start with the Callista Q missing, and
Oh, he kept going,
I don't
though.
know who's winning this.
No,
Barrier
I think
coming
Orca
out.
loses.
Rand has got the damage. Yeah, this is Guan. All right.
Wow, he Valked in with his Halo Blades down. He just had to wait for Halo Blades to come up again, and he can go for that kill there. But yeah, no Valkyrie. Callista always winning extended fights. See, it should just be like a Serrated Dirk or something for the Callista. Not
Yep.
the end of the world, but it was already a hard matchup.
Yeah, this is not good, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, just not playing around Halo Blades, I think.
Obviously, they both would have got it up again, but yeah, he had substantial health advantage. Barrier was also down, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, odd. Not respecting the damage that can come out of a Callista. Well, maybe you can make that argument for any other role in the game. I think the support, even more so than the AD carry a lot of the time,
Yeah.
should be aware of a Callista's potential in an extended trade, as Guang is now playing aggressively and honestly might be able to look for the win, but Valkyrie's going to ensure that to not be a possibility.
Yeah,
There's certainly
Orca-
a massive health advantage now.
Yeah, Orca, if he can, should sneak in another back here and catch this wave. He cannot walk up to the wave ever, 2 levels down, so...
Yeah, and Guang doesn't quite have the damage available yet to just immediately kill the waves like we were seeing 116 do in the prior 1v1.
Wow, he
so.
still couldn't buy another item on the Corki, even after a second base. So things looking rough for Orca. He will get this cannon. And, you know, all the XP for this wave at least.
Yep, so this is done. We've never seen a Callista lose a 1v1 after getting first blood.
Yeah. It's something we could have said right before.
Yeah, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
Like, he's doing okay on the Corki, but he's had to use all his mana just to farm. He can kill the waves a lot quicker than the Callista.
Yeah, for now, but soon Callista QE will wipe those frauds.
Dreaming with the Phosphorus Bomb.
Oh, God, this is... Look, I don't want to say it because I saw what just happened, but I, even maybe more so now, believe this is just done.
Yeah, Cannon Wave. So again, Orca's getting away with this recall.
We might have a serrated... No, we have... Yes, we do. A serrated Dirk and a longsword.
Yeah, don't want to see what this Callista's buying, though.
Yeah, got 2 plates.
Yeah.
As well as a bunch of CS, so... And 177 from each of those cannons.
Could actually go for this plate if he wanted to. Orca did not heal up. Oh.
Good cancel there.
Good cancel, or was it?
Well,
Because
I think so, because ultimately Guanglon's going to be able to go back and buy
yeah,
an
probably a full
entire
item.
opportunity.
Yeah.
And being it that Orca did not reset his health,
Yeah,
it's probably
fully,
better to just have this Callista slightly weaker, less KO potential.
Yeah, the items are certainly closer.
In fact, he's got the advantage when it comes to items, but we'll see if that matters. He doesn't have the health advantage by any means. He's also down a level. Nice.
Yeah, nice rocket lands. Still just looking rough for this Corki, but maybe in overtime he can just one-tap the Callista.
That feels like that's got to be what the hope is, right?
Yeah.
He is just going to be down on gold, though. Like, the difference between this and the earlier 1v1 is Betty somehow forged himself from the depths of despair
Yeah.
a trade back kill before
Yeah,
the sudden death came through, so that sudden death ended up just being in his favor because he was upper level, had a better long trade item in the Blade of the Ruined King, but
Yeah,
Corki won't-
opposite situation for Orca this time.
Yeah.
Does have prio for now, as Guan eventually does just have to take a base, whether
Yeah.
he likes it or not.
See if Orca tries to stay for a plate. I think if he wanted to, okay, no, with the back cancelled, Orca now should just look for a recall himself, I think.
Yeah, this was a very good base for Orca.
Probably has the opportunity. Actually caught up a lot on gold, down 700, which will be a couple of long swords ultimately, but a
Yeah,
whole
as long
lot
as he
better.
can finish his item. And he has a big advantage if they both do go opportunity, because you lose opportunity once you get hit, and Corki rockets are going to be able to remove that off the Callista pretty easily.
Goes for the Wrath pot.
Yeah, I like this. Probably deciding it's his last recall.
Yeah, didn't reset his mana, which is a little scary, but...
Yeah, it does get here in time to catch the entire wave.
Oh my god, he's found him.
Oh no. That's really bad. Guan has to worry about his tower now. Might even be worth just popping this elixir already, if you're Orca, just to push the wave faster.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
But either way, this tower's in trouble. He should pop the elixir now to hit
I
tower.
think Orca might be able to look for another recall now. Let's see. He's
He's going to look for tower. If I'm Orca here, I'm just right-clicking this tower till I die.
Yeah, I think Callista gets back here in time. In fact, certainly Callista gets back here in time. It still does get tankier as the plates fall off, I think.
Does
maybe
get
not,
a good
though.
recall off. Guan returning the favor. Trying to stop his back, but...
Okay, but now Orca has to be careful of his tower. Is the next wave a cannon? Yes, it is. So a little bit of time afforded. See what? Okay, it's just going to be matched builds essentially, but longsword versus pot in the final ring favors Orca.
Yeah, definitely the potion is favored. I think just opportunity being able to poke opportunity off is going to favor Orca.
Yeah, just does it there.
Yeah. Doesn't get much use out of his own opportunity.
Yeah, but being that he's the one at tower and going to be more likely to receive poke, it's certainly worthwhile. As well as, it's worthwhile mentioning that as these levels go up, and it's going to be Orca getting points in his ult that are very useful, whereas right now, any levels is just going to be giving stats to this Callista. Well, he's really got to look for this Rend. He doesn't find the Rend.
Yeah, Orca doesn't need to land any spells to win these trades anymore. You can just push E and right-click.
Okay, well, I think now you have to favor Orca. Although, massive trade coming out of Guan. Orca with the barrier, misses the rocket barrage, lands that one!
Wow.
And it was as the circle's coming in, and Orca, on a slither of health, manages to secure DCG, the side selection here in game number 1.
Yeah, another Callista gets a kill early and just goes down, gets outscaled, outplayed a little bit in the lane management. I think that recall interruption.
Yeah, twice he found recall interruptions.
Just wins Orca the game. Corki a bit stronger than Callista on even items.
Yeah, that was especially at level 11, right? Because your rocket barrage ult.
That was a Wrath Pot difference.
Yeah, well, yeah, it actually was.
Yeah, versus the Longsword. That was an incredibly close fight, and the Wrath Pot just did more.
Yeah, wow. What an insanely close fight, but...
That's why they pick Orca.
Yeah. Now, what side do they select?
Yeah, will they just pick red side, as they've been doing?
Helpings on your screen though, Guan, who we just saw in the 1v1. Of course, Abyss, Nuli, Ching9, and Kerry. Not a whole lot to say yet about this roster. I think Ching9 having a fairly decent first series, but...
Yeah, I like that Abyss, the current stand-in for the team, isn't scared to play a Karthus. He had a very good Karthus.
He actually did, yeah.
I want to see some more Abyss Karthus.
His Qs were obscene, actually. Just the lay waste. He was landing a lot of his Karthus Qs.
And not only that, when people would group up, you would land isolated Qs off the corner, and yeah, very good on the Karthus.
Who was Kiri playing? Was it Ral? He played a game of Ral, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Maybe a Nautilus
And he was
game.
going a bit psychotic. I remember one Ral was just going...
His mind.
Yeah.
That was Kerry.
Sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse, but losing his mind he was. And talk about losing your mind, here are 5 players that are absolutely not scared to do so. It's Taco665, Cascada, Feng, and Orca, of course, who we just saw take out a very narrow victory. A little bit different of a playstyle we've seen so far when paired with Feng compared to Tide of last split, and ultimately I think for the side... I mean, so far, results, of course, is biased, but you do prefer DCG from last split, just being that Orca did actually end up in the playoff run, being almost their strongest carry from that support position, be it on the Hui, on the Bard even.
As much as we do talk about Orca, I think the mid-jungle really sets the pace for this team.
Yeah.
If Cascada is ahead, if 665... With 665 plays, you either get incredible plays that win his team the game or horrible plays that just run down a kill. And if you've got the good version of 665 and Cascada's winning his lane, this team could beat anyone.
Yeah.
If Cascada's struggling in lane, they just...
Flat-footed?
Struggle. Yeah. Yeah, they're just not moving around the map. 665 is also usually just engaging way too often when his mid laner is behind and just going 6 deaths, 8 deaths.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we get here. And honestly, you know what? I want to see this series. I want to see the Nasus. I want to see what happens if you pick Nasus against someone that isn't
it was
Driver
into the
and
TF.
Casa.
It was into the Twisted Fate.
It was their counter to the Twisted Fate. And it honestly worked.
It was looking like he was...
Yeah, it worked. It was isolated 1v1.
The gates were half open.
The
gates were half open. I was feeling it.
The rest of the map completely fell apart, but Nasus was strong. Albeit behind in CS.
Yeah, DCG picked red side. Unsurprising. So, as great as Orca is in the 1v1, it barely feels like it matters.
Yeah, they are always just going to pick red side, and 9 times out of 10, the other side will pick blue against them. But CFO didn't.
Yeah, CFO. A few teams now cluing up to how well DCG used the red side and just taking it from them.
But interestingly, in that series against CFO,
they picked
DCG picked blue.
Yeah, maybe Mind Games, maybe Delirium.
That's right. I think we said it. They were hiding. They were hiding their strats.
Maybe just confusing us. Maybe that is their goal.
Yeah.
With the decisions on DCG.
A very good possibility, I think.
Yeah, and they're very good at it.
Aren't they? All right, Ashe and Rumble, Callista and Tristana.
Tristana banned away means, I guess, a
Corki will get banned away.
Yeah, I guess. Do you ban the Corki if you're Helpigs, or do you just not worry that much? DCG do love the Corki, actually. It's a flex pick, which really gets these guys going.
Yeah, Feng playing it notably. Did Cascada play? I don't think he played Hui, and there's no way he played 2 of the same champ.
DCG also do this thing where they pick a champ that is a flex pick, and then play it in the unconventional lane every time. They did it with Smolder mid.
Yeah, that's right. Split. Yeah, twice. Both times was against Xerath, I believe, which looked...
And that is one criticism of DCG. It's like the innovation, they so consistently do the weird thing that it's somehow predictable.
Yeah. Now, Varus, the current hover.
Yeah, surprisingly not the Senna. The Nautilus makes sense. Denying probably Senna's strongest pairing in the Nautilus.
Yeah. I wouldn't have been too surprised to see the Varus, reason being Ching9 has looked strongest on the Varus.
Yeah, I think the problem with Varus is it's just not gained as much from the item rework.
Yeah.
As some of the ADCs.
All right, maybe more conventional support champs out of...
Yeah, unsurprising seeing the Corki.
Yeah, and we have to predict it will be Feng. But still could be Cascada, depending on what comes through. Obviously, the Trist being banned does make you think it should be mid, but it's not likely for DCG to put it where you'd expect.
Yeah, also surprising to see the Trisban when DCG play Hui quite well.
That's true, yeah. But then he would have to double dip his picks, you know. Not this early into the season, you can't start double dipping.
Yeah, true. Might just be Hui taken away, and
I imagine Hui's pretty decent into the Corki, I would think.
Yeah, it should be fine. I don't think Corki is panicking in that lane. I don't think Hui is panicking. I think they're both just fine.
Maybe it's time we see the center Yasuo from DCG. Who was it that did that? Was it DFM? I think it was DFM,
it was SoftBank.
right?
I think it was SoftBank.
Was it SoftBank?
The Yasuo bot lane
Yeah.
to Smolder.
It was SoftBank? I couldn't remember.
Yeah,
it was against Betty on Smolder.
Vista played it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
TF,
okay.
picked blind. We'll get to ban the Jax out, and what else do you ban? Maybe a Gwen against the TF?
Probably just... I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it?
You
You're probably not
even...
picking Gwen when you have quite a lot of magic damage already.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't even... I mean, yeah, isn't Twisted Fate a little bit too strong if there's one ban you need to throw? And he's suddenly just blind pickable, wins every lane? Maybe.
No, he doesn't beat Nasus as the game progresses.
Yeah, that's very true. Will Hellpigs respond to the Nasus that was thrown down last week?
The Nasus Gauntlet.
Will they pick it up themselves?
Bunch of AP jungle bans suspecting that this is a Corki mid, but I think they may have been led astray.
Yeah, maybe they fell for it.
We'll see. The bans do suggest Corki mid.
Yeah. And Rel is not a jungler anymore, right? So
no.
That is just definitely support Rel.
Okay, so that's Diana jungle.
Yeah.
Unless it's Diana mid.
That is... Yeah, that could be a thing. It doesn't sound great into the Hui.
I just don't... I just cannot count DCG away from something like that. It could also be TF mid for all I know so far.
Yeah.
Camille seems pretty scary to be TF into, especially maybe not in the isolated 1v1, but certainly if a jungler comes. Cassante will be completely fine for Twisted Fate on the other hand.
Yeah. They're going to go with the Camille, it looks like. Okay.
So that's very scary for Twist. Oh
and
my god, there we go. We got Yasuo Diana combo. And Rel. Oh my god, we have knockups.
So it's Yasuo mid?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay, yeah, Diana Yasuo. There it is.
Okay, well, there we go. We got our answer. We know where every champ's going.
It's not the greatest Yasuo game, is it?
You know, we have 4 champions on DCG, all of which could go mid. All of which, at least for a year, were meta in mid.
Yeah.
Damn. There you go. DCG, team of mid laners.
And not even one champ that's been meta for a year in the mid lane on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, Hui not being out a year yet. Yeah, it came out early this year, but...
Yeah, I think so.
Has been a bit of a staple so far this year, really. Since release has been fairly strong in its own niche of each meta.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think DCG have overcooked.
You think that?
Yeah, I think the draft is a bit overcooked. I don't know what this Yasuo mid's doing. I think we might be
it's
down
pressing
a mid.
R when Diana does.
It's doing wonders for the champion pool of Cascada.
Yeah, Yasuo is not easy to find an angle for, but honestly, to sort of answer what you said, I think the Yasuo has the angle of there's not that much mobility coming through from the side of Hellpig. You have an immobile
he has a
way.
Diana on his team.
And he's got a Diana and a Rel. One of them are going to find a multi-man knock-up in a fight.
Yeah.
And the Yasuo is going to be enabled, going to be able to get in there. You also have TF and just what is a good lane, assuming Zinzal's not camping up there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be hard, I'd imagine, for Zinzal to justify spending a lot of time top, considering the Yasuo and the Diana could use some priority mid to roam around the map and cause absolute havoc. So
I think it will definitely be a top-side game. I think it should be, just because Corki Zeri, I don't think, do anything to each other.
Arcane Comet for the Camille.
Game.
Not too rare, just getting a bit of extra damage through each time you press the W because you're not really able to use fleet footwork. Or
Same idea as the Comet on the Malphite, right?
Yeah, and the Aatrox who used to take it as well.
Yeah, against range stuff. Just want a little extra poke.
Corki with the Halo Blades, though, as well. Not going for the Betty Triforce into Infinity Edge we saw last game.
Looked quite good.
It did. Gives you a little bit more tankiness, which I think is often underrated. Also movement speed from the Triforce.
Yeah, it's a very different playstyle versus the... You expect a lot more Valkyrie forward with the Halo Blades.
Yep. And I think in a game like this, you can get away with it because there's so much going on. There's so much diving in that a lot of the time Corki's going to have to be somewhat of an afterthought. Maybe not for like Camille's in, but
yeah, and it
even
looks like a fine game to build lethality on the Corki. You can't really go tabbies on Camille into the TF. You just have to go Merc Treads. Another reason this champion is ridiculous.
And Cleanse here for Ching9, pretty much only...
Because of the TF,
Yeah, pretty much only for TF.
Yeah, kind of a crazy champion.
Kind of, I guess, Rel Q, but I don't know. Early trade, very heavily won so far from DCG, but Ching9 going to be able to find a bit of damage on the return there to Orca, and all things considered, only slight lead given to Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, how scary is this jungle matchup for Diana? I think it may be very scary.
I don't think it's too scary. I think in general, Diana's actually quite good at dueling.
Okay.
As long as she has her 3 items, she has a shield available to herself. Obviously, the empowered auto attacks coming through every third, similar to how Zinzao works. And just a lot of upfront burst damage coming through from the champ. If you get a reset on your E as well, you can always try and use it to get away elsewhere. And the 2v2 potential of Yasuo Diana is a whole lot higher than the 2v2 of Hui and Zinzao, unless you played it very well.
Yeah, not much is keeping up with a fresh level 6 Yasuo Diana.
As well as Taco is almost certainly going to be able to be in any play.
Yeah,
this is
this is a very scary mid game for DCG.
For DCG or Halpix?
Oh, from DCG, I guess.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Orca's going to be running around. Feng will be fine, clearing waves, spot if he has to.
Oh, for a second there, I thought we were going under a tower.
Yeah.
But connects.
Oh,
nice
wow.
buffer, though. And the crash down actually connects on the back end there of that knock-up as Kiri getting pelted and does just have enough health to survive.
Wow, I'm surprised Feng doesn't commit the flash. Or Orca, really.
Hold up, Ching9 gonna get flashed on. There is the flash and the cleanse, but 665's here. Tries to find out any information. Will be able to know now that the jungler's not around. Cheng does not have any sums available. Kiri does. 1Q coming up could mean the end, but is not going to commit to diving under the inner turret.
Yeah, I don't think he has quite enough damage. Kiri still has his flash. Yeah, 665 going a little bit slow there. I think worried about finding a Xin in that bush.
For sure. Disastrous start, though, in any case for Halpigs, as they are going to lose both summoners on Ching9, lose a bunch of minions, as well as the XP that comes along with them.
Yeah, Kriskata even defends Raptors. So.
Yeah, that seems illegal.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Yeah, I think Xin could have just hit.
And top's not going well early for the Camille. Pretty predictable, considering the jungler hasn't shown his face up top yet.
Yeah, surprising when he sees the Diana bot that he doesn't try and make a play top. I guess had just finished his clear and wanted to go for the safe play.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Kriskata single-handedly stopping that somehow.
Yeah.
Not only though, returning a lot of damage, doing pretty well. Obviously, fleet footwork, Doran's shield, as well as a potion available still for Kriskata, so he's going to actually feel pretty safe as long as Zinzao doesn't turn up.
Yeah, CSing very well on the Yasuo. You know, trading his HP for minions, as you often have to do. Melee into range, mid lane. And just hoping
Ching9, no flash. Stun, knock up, and a lot of follow-up coming through here for 665. Valkyrie forward, but Ching9 is going to be able to jump on over that wall. Phosphorus Ball on the back end does land. Kriskata now, he's going to have to dip and dive through all these minions, does flash away. Abyss also using that flash, but not able to connect on that third knock up from the Zinzao. Cuba 65 hook back in, shield coming through, and first blood for Ching9. Disastrous start, but turned around as Ching9 now jumping forward aggressively, got the Conqueror stacked fully up, and is pelting away at Orca's health bar, but will not be able to find it.
Yeah, 665 way overextended as a level 4 Diana. Isn't bringing much in the first place, but just gets caught under tower and dies. Gonna much needed kill for Cheng, who is...
Oh, this is still very scary.
Yeah, no sums.
Hook lands, but that should be one going down. Shield, Orca is going to take that last auto attack and go down, but it is for a double kill there.
Wow, and a solo plate to top it off for Feng. He is massive on the Corki now. And nice flash from Carry here. Maybe just shouldn't be continued by 665 once he gets the flash.
Yeah, the second jump was a little bit too much, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, you know, ends up in a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Kriskata in the meantime outplayed a very difficult to outplay gank mid. is just down his flash now, though.
Yeah, it does go aggressive. He's dead. There's no way out of this now. A little bit too much aggression out of the mid lane here for DCG, and there's going to be a kill given over to Abyss, so the return gank is successful.
Makes it scary for Nully for a second there, but yeah, there was a Nautilus showing up too. Not 6 yet on this Diana, so needs to get that ASAP, and I think that's the best way you can help this Yasuo in the mid lane, is just get level 6 on Diana. Would have been nice to have blown Nully's flash somehow, but without Rel, you're never really doing that pre-6.
Yeah, this top lane with no jungle interaction.
Yeah, it's not feeling like a counter pick.
Completely miserable.
Yeah, definitely not looking like a counter pick yet. We'll see what Guangguan can do this game.
Yeah, it has to be said, the Nasus look better.
Yeah, very true.
Did the Nasus get ganks? I think the Nasus did get ganks. Pretty sure Nasus got some help.
Was it first strike Emax?
Yeah. Was it Emax?
Nasus.
I think it might have been WMax. Might have been Emax, though.
Yeah, Feng is up 20 CS, 2-0.
Making his way to a collector, I imagine?
Yeah, I would think so.
Kiri loses a large chunk of his health again, and 665 is back. There is cleanse now available for Cheng 9, but is he going to be able to even find a way to use it? Not so far. Might be able to cleanse the Ignite if he needs to. Almost catches Orca on the back end, but is not going to be able to get it, as Tower even juggled perfectly fine there for DCG. It's another 2 kills going over.
Yeah.
Shared between Feng and 665.
Horror story in the bot lane for Hellpigs now. I mean, DCG have identified that they can just win this game through bot, so Hellpigs have to figure out something they can do elsewhere.
He's going to be able to find the Fate Seal, just looking for even more, but Nully should be completely fine. Doesn't even have to use his flash.
Yeah, I think Cascada just desperately trying to burn his flash there, because once his flash is down, he's dead.
Yeah.
In the mid lane, Abyss will finally get some counter jungling done by the look of it. And Cascada was even at the Raptors waiting for him.
Orca's now going to figure out what's going on. And
yeah. And this could be a bit scary for Taco and the TF now.
Yeah, 65 and Orca are in the vicinity.
Yeah, we'll see how this
They're
plays
actually looking
out.
for Abyss. There is going to be Destiny available for Taco, but I think Abyss is quick enough to get on out of there without being spotted.
Yeah, Camille can't get much lower if this play is ever going to work. They'd like to just force with a Camille ult here on the TF, I think.
Yeah, look for the guaranteed level 6 kill, but it's less guaranteed when enemy support is top lane.
Yeah, when you've already seen the enemy support here, it is so hard to pull the trigger on that play. Collector finish now at 9 minutes for Feng.
Yeah, and Cheng's not having fun as his minion wave slowly but surely pushes away from anywhere near where he can auto-attack them. Although, Kiri's here.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah,
that's a lot of damage.
I'm not even sure he lost the 2v1 there.
Yeah, level 5 Nautilus maybe is able to get it done as...
Oh, there
here we go.
Yeah, this should just be a free kill, I think.
Taco with flash available, goes popped, third auto attack,
No way.
He didn't get any off before the flash came through, and so had to try and land all 3 consecutively. Wasn't able to. Level 6 on mid and jungle here, goes in, is gonna lock up 2, and that is a successful dive once again for DCG.
Yeah, DCG insistent they can just win this game through bottom lane, and Hellpigs still haven't found any counter.
And what do you know? Taco's back.
Yeah, Taco did lose his flash top lane,
but
so that's a repeat, but any snowballing of this Camille is just going to happen so slowly compared to this Corki, who is already massive.
Yeah, and honestly, you get a kill on this Camille now, it kind of just evens the lane.
Yeah.
Taco already being up 30, 40 CS almost.
Yeah, it always feels better to play around a winning lane than a losing one.
Yeah, and there's not really any winning lanes. You could argue mid is, but Cascada did just pick up a kill and an assist for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, hard game now for West Point. They have to rely on just squishy targets on DCG and being able to get some clean kills with Nautilus ultis.
For sure. I think what I want to see now is this game does feel like it should be over. Not necessarily because of the gold or anything, but it's just a team composition of DCG where they can just keep going forward And that is what their comp wants to do.
Yeah.
It's what ultimately, Halpix kind of want to happen, but not from this far behind.
Yeah.
And so I think keep going forward and playing it cleanly to get this job done. And what I want to see from DCG really is how cleanly they can actually do it. Because they've always been a team that truly can contest with the best teams of our region. But it's just inconsistent, right?
Yeah.
Where they're able to take down PSG. We've seen them take them down in a series. And then the next time they meet each other, it is just an absolute wipe.
Well, and then next time they meet a bottom tier team, they're fighting for their lives.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
it's like this team's highs are ridiculous.
Yeah.
But there's a consistency to it that needs to start growing, and I think now you're in your second split together. Yes, Feng is now your starting AD carry, and I think ultimately he probably brings a level of consistency you might really want. But against a team like Halpigs, where you don't really expect them to upset DCG, you want to really clean out these games, or finish them out cleanly, shall I say.
Yeah. Good way to do that is to stack up these objectives. They're going to grab the Void Grubs and probably head straight to Dragon.
Yeah, we'll see. The bot lane in Feng and Orca are trying to defend this Dragon as Halpigs head there. Abyss is going to start it up, but there's enough time, all the time in the world to get down here. And
yeah, I've got bad news for Halpigs if they want to do that Dragon.
Yeah, Noli also just losing the poke war mid. And that is to a Yasuo, I guess I just clarify.
Just before this Dragon starts, which looks like it's going to be uncontested.
Teleport available. Noli can get here if he wants to, but it does seem like the bot lane, at least for Halpigs, are uninterested. And with how the items stand, there's no way you ever look for anything here. Noli, though, teleporting top. Can they find the angle here? There is no flash available. And comes a scissor and a nice work. They will get the kill. It's Noli who picks it up.
Yeah. It's
Hextech
ugly.
Ultimatum just confirms it 100% of the time.
Yeah, it's ugly, but it's exactly what you wanted. If you're Halpigs, it's dicey for a sec. Not ugly, but they get the kill on the TF, but I don't know if it's even evened out the lane at this point.
Yeah, probably not with the passive and all things that come with it. And it's certainly not evened out the game, as it is just a tower. First tower of the game picked up, bot lane solo for Feng. Leather King also now completed for Cascada, so.
Yeah, so unless Gongon has
and
this
an IE
Triforce
for Feng. Oh,
yeah,
dearie me.
Look at bot lane items. Compare the ADC items.
Can Orca 1v1
Abyss.
Zinzel? Not going to need to as Destiny comes through. In comes the gold card. Nice usage. A nice way to get rid of that blast cone, I suppose. And it's going to be Cascada.
Yeah, Abyss kind of just by himself at enemy red buff finds 4 members of DCG. Was very strong, actually. Had his first item completed on the Zinzao.
Yeah,
so,
Sun to Sky.
Yeah, unfortunately he doesn't get to use that.
Yeah, not a whole lot of health just came back to him. Cascada looks like he might pick up the second of these inner turrets.
Yeah, it's going to be close. He should get it.
Yeah, he'll get it, but he will take one shot. Doesn't really matter. Got by the wrong king. Heal back up, and his whole team is here on the top side.
Yeah, mid tower next for DCG, I imagine. Not the easiest tower for them to take. They might have to dive to do it.
Yeah, their siege isn't too good, but their dive is almost
insane.
unparalleled.
Yeah.
Flash. Nice flash from Cheng9 gets him out of that, but still gets knocked up there. Other Steel Tempest.
Yeah, and now you may have flashed my Diana engage, but my Rel still has flash. 2-for-1 flash is always worth it, but
yeah,
now
and the cleanse
horrified.
does nothing as well. It's important to add.
Yeah, only worried about knockups when you've got the Yasuo. And while you're stressing about these Yasuo combos, there is just a 4-0 Corki with 2 items who no one on Helpix can stand in front of. And I mean, apart from Zen, Taco.
Well, Taco's going to be dead again, maybe.
To me.
Going to get stunned up. Should absolutely go down. Flash gets hooked though, and this will be a dead twisted fate. You did commit 3 people, and Rift Shield has been popped as mid tower will be absolutely taken out here. Cheng9 cannot do absolutely anything, especially without his Nautilus nearby.
Yeah, it's just going to be 2. I don't think DCG ever go for 3 towers here.
Still happy for that. I don't think Taco really expected to be focused just that hard. And
yeah, 1 tower for 2 and a kill from where the game was probably isn't the worst for West Point.
Not the worst, but it still is, I think, a winning situation
definitely.
for DCG.
Yeah.
Who now find themselves up 5k gold, which is nothing to scoff at 16 minutes.
Yeah, Rift Herald sprinting.
Yeah, it's on that Sunday morning walk of shame.
Yeah. Will she make it to the tier 3? Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Absolutely not.
Top tier 1 in the sights of Hellpigs. I'm not sure if this will work. It actually will work if they go right now. Do they know that, though? They have a very short window to go right this second.
And now they are in trouble. Although Orca, kind of surprisingly, maybe he was not looking exactly where he was. Because the Orca I know would have just immediately jumped on that.
Yeah.
It's fine though. Absolutely didn't need to, and it probably wouldn't have resulted in anything either, considering.
Yeah, these kind of fights might be a little more appealing because you get to fight away from your Twisted Fate so you can ulti in. Here he comes.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic cancel there on the dredge line as Taco's searching for a gold card. Unfortunately not able to find it in time, and Flash will get Kiri out alive.
Yeah, interrupts a recall. Stagnates the tempo of Hellpigs a little bit. DCG almost 6k in the lead now.
Alright. Yasuo on solo queue kills me here, but nice fair by Nuli.
Yeah. Yeah, this champ is too hard to kill.
Oh, well.
Oh, well. You can't always bring 4 people.
I honestly think Hellpigs, DCG might just be strong enough to insta-dive a tower.
Yeah, I think they can 5v5 dive at this point if they land a good Diana ulti.
But that is a very unnecessary risk, and as I said earlier, it's probably best to prove that you can finish out a game in a timely fashion, but, you know, smoothly. And
yeah, I'm always up for a limit test if DCG want to go for one. Zhonya's going to be second item for 665. Just concerned with engage this game. Doesn't need to worry about his own damage all that much. Just solo AP, so he'll always be fine on damage, even into the tanky guys on the Hellpigs.
Alright, bit of a lull period, but it was third dragon picked up for DCG. Ocean Soul on the table. It's not the best for them. Not very tanky at all, really, anyone on their team, so...
Yeah, getting it so early is going to be a big deal.
The best usage of it for their team is Corki and his mana, which is not usually what you're thinking of immediately when you think Ocean Soul. You're thinking, damn, this Cassante does 1,000 damage, is unkillable, and now has infinite regen.
And his Q costs 15 mana.
But in this game, I think DCG have picked only Orca, who has a Warmox as a tank, and you don't really care too much about the health regen from Ocean. It actually might be, for the first time ever, the worst soul for a team comp.
Yeah.
Like, I think Chemtech will give you more value, the damage reduction.
Really? Ocean is very broken, though.
Yeah, but the damage increase and damage reduction for a team comp like this? Because, I mean, Cloud is one of the best.
Yeah.
Cloud with a champion like Ral is insane.
Yeah, as much as we want to hate on Cloud because it doesn't do damage.
Yeah, the movement speed's nuts.
Yeah, you just have to put respect on it because of the win rate on Cloud Dragon is just insane. It's actually Phantom Dancer second on the Zeri. Don't always see that. I feel like we see a lot of Runans.
Yeah, maybe valuing a bit extra movement speed as we were just touching on. And
yeah, I think I prefer Kraken Slayer and Blade of the Ruined King Zeri builds over the Static Shiv. But maybe just feeling like we need the wave clear.
Low is just still living in the times of the Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra.
Oh, I wish. Runans. Don't forget Runans.
Yeah. Unkillable 1,000
Here's a fight.
billion damage and double knockout coming through. It is a nice combo, but it's not as perfect as Cascada's very low. Knockout comes through there from the Nautilus of Kiri, but he does go down. It's 1-0 as things stand. Guangwang trying to find a way in, won't be able to do so as Taco locks him up with that gold card. One more order will do it, and a 65 coming through and a really nice flash forward to confirm yet another kill onto Ching. 9, Nuli alive, trying to output as much damage as he can, but Taco is wailing on him. Through will come that Zhonya's, but he's going to get taken out. It's a triple kill. 4-6-6-5 on this Diana. Only Kiri up alongside Abyss, and it is 5 strong here for DCG as they march down mid.
They might be able to end.
They might be able to. It's going to be small death time as this early on into the game, but they are just going to settle for that inhib and walk on out. Cascara in the meanwhile taking out the inner and the top side.
Yeah, massive gold for DCG just off the kills and the turrets taken. They can recall straight into a Baron now if they want to. And yeah, it wasn't an amazing engage by any means, but it was enough with how far DCG are ahead to just ult the two frontliners here with the Yasuo ult.
Yeah, absolutely.
And rather than using the Diana for the engage, 665 was able to pick up a triple kill this fight because of how much space was created.
And what a win wall, by the way. Just Qing9 not able to do a single point of damage.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Guangguan meets Corki this fight and just gets one tap. And yeah, that was an immaculate flash. And yeah, these fights just not long enough and not enough frontline for the Hui to do anything. Taco even red cards him there, but it just doesn't matter. They're 2 ahead. Fight is too one-sided already.
While not doing too much that team fight, I think the Zhonya's is really necessary for Nuli to build second here. There's just so much team fighting. If you get hit by any of it, you die, and so getting the Zhonya's for a bit of safety is nice. Nice double knock up here from 65, who was almost one-shot carry alongside his AD carry, and Feng picks up the kill there. Spiraling Despair comes through, and it is doing some damage, but certainly not enough as the second Fountain Abyss does go down. Nuli, he might be able to just get back to his tower, and it looks like he will, but Taco could look for the cutoff.
Yeah, DCG playing so well off of each other. They have a lot of tower damage, so they're just going for the end now.
Yeah, 22 minutes, no Baron, but they are still looking for the end. Qing9's going to have to flash away as he got ordered twice by the Corki. Nuli going to be pounced on. He's going to get hit by a lot of knockups. Does go golden. Cascara does not time the third Q correctly and will allow another survival. Guangguan on the back is going to go down. It's once again Feng picking that one up with infinite Corki damage going on. Cascara, he's dancing, prancing all around the Nexus, finds a double knockup and finds another kill for Feng on this Corki. So much damage, so much success, and in a dominant fashion, it's DCG picking up their first win of the summer.
And they proved me wrong. I was worried about the Yasuo. It worked a treat that game. Had a great lane phase into the Hui, and then just did his job in teamfights. Pressed R when one of the knockups connected.
There is something to be said about the simplicities of an entire team comp that's one objective is press R.
Yeah.
There's like, you know, a lot of overcomplication goes into League of Legends, I think. And when you're at the highest level, admittedly, you're playing, you know, Gen G against BLG, T1, whatever. You need to get intricate with a lot of things.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's easy enough to just lock in a bunch of champs that press R because, you know, it's on a long cooldown, but it's the most successful ability of a lot of champs. And here, DCG really proved that to be correct. I mean, Diana, Rel setting up a Yasuo, and then you have just a TF and a Corki that all they really have to do is right-click.
Yeah.
And it's just recipe for success.
I think my MVP was Feng, though.
I think so.
He was just a monster that game. He kind of just broke the game.
Yeah.
With how fed he was. He had 2 items completed, I think, while the Zeri hadn't finished her first. She
just finished her static shift. But I think while Feng obviously played flawlessly, he didn't really make a mistake ever.
Yeah.
He was very set up by Orca and 65. And I'd be more willing. I think Feng deserves it, but I also think Orca deserves it.
Yeah, me too.
Because 65, he played really well after he gave her the first blood.
He had some grief moments in that game. He played the team fights pretty immaculately.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
No complaints. But yeah, he had a bit of a sloppy early game, and it was the early game that mattered for the bot lane. It just, a win condition just spawned out of nowhere, one that we didn't recognize at the start of this game, that you can just blow through bot.
Well, the team comp doesn't really lead to that sort of line of thinking, right? It's just a bunch of champs that can press off the
you see this draft, you're not thinking...
Well, Feng's going to be 4-0 soon.
Yeah, you're not thinking Corki, Rel are just going to dive the Zeri Nautilus on repeat until the game ends. But that's exactly what they did, and that is a very good sign from DCG because they did not load into this game with that plan. They recognized that plan as the game went on, and much sooner than their opponents recognized.
I think it was just after the early skirmishes, right? A bunch of sums got blown from Qing9 just out of the 2v2, and at that point it's like, well, Zeri, a little bit of mobility, not really, because you can't jump around walls really when you're at tower.
Yeah.
And so they just recognized that and on repeat went down there and killed him again and killed him again. And yeah, Corki ended up just an absolute unstoppable powerhouse, I guess.
Yeah, and you could kind of tell it was their plan from early on just because of plays like Feng not flashing to finish off a kill on the Nautilus. They're just happy taking sums and letting them walk away at 1 HP because my jungler's coming.
Yeah.
And, you know, now you have no sums. I'm going to win even bigger, get a better kill later on. and keep my flash, which is what Feng did, who was deathless that game.
Yep.
I'd be in disbelief if he didn't do the most damage.
Yeah.
Should have done the most damage. I saw him almost one-tapping people that entire game.
I mean, the other person might be Taco because it felt like all lane phase.
He was
Guan was on 1 HP.
Wailing on the Camille all game.
Yeah, so some of that like lane phase melee versus range sort of thing where you just have done a lot of damage. I think it will be Feng because his autos just started hitting for like 600 at a time, so it's pretty hard to
Yeah, I mean, at the end there, I'm pretty sure he just autoed Zeri and she flashed.
Yeah. It was like actually like a 1,000 damage crit or something. It was absurd.
And Cheng9 just flashed in disbelief and fear. Not
like,
even
look at
clean.
Kiri's health. Gone.
Yeah, not even clean engages at this point. You don't need them. The game is just broken by how much damage your Corki is doing.
Oh, I thought there was more to it. I couldn't remember. It was Hui that did the most damage. We should have thought about that because it's always Hui that does the most damage. And
somehow.
I have very, very evident proof here that Camille does not work into TF unless you're just going to dive him on repeat.
You need your jungler there at level 3, at level 4, at level 5.
And then absolutely at level 6. Just on 6, you're there ready for Camille tick 6, we kill him.
Yeah, ideally that play they made at level 6, there's already been a gank on the TF and he's lost his flash. And then that is a kill. And then you can snowball that and we're maybe talking about a reasonable pace for snowballing this Camille. But as the game played out, Corki was full build by the time they were able to get something going on the opposite side of the map.
And so I think it has to be said, we have to concede the fact that Nasus is a better pick into TF.
Yeah, as it stands,
than
Nasus.
Camille.
Oh, Jax.
Jax
and then
obviously,
Nasus.
but we haven't even seen that matchup.
Yeah.
If TF is picked, Jax is banned. I don't think there's been any exception to that.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that matchup.
No, I haven't. Most damage was normally on the way, otherwise it was a lot of Feng and 665. And they were really the people that we kind of spent the most time seeing on our screens. So.
Yeah, there was a Yasuo, so he got a lot of screen time.
Yep.
Just by virtue of being Yasuo. Which is something Kriskada might have actually already practiced as an ADC player.
Yeah. I mean, he's... You know his mid pool? Like this guy must have played every single champ. He's done one of those A to Z challenges. Mid lane only.
In a competitive environment, essentially. Orca did get the MVP.
Yeah, I think it's deserved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feng, obviously, nothing to criticize, but it was a lot of his impact set up by Orca's fantastic play.
Yeah, most of what we can praise Feng for this game happened in the early game, and most of that was Orca setting him up. So, very well played by both the bot laners of DCG, and Orca also had some great team fights. Yeah,
just Orca's ability to recognize that Kiri's looking for a hook or whatever play and play around it perfectly well. Yeah, by the way, what a wind wall here.
Yeah. And that was a 3-man engage by Orca if he didn't, if the Hui didn't flash out. So yeah, pretty incredible engage. Exactly what you need when you've pigeonholed your mid laner in this kind of comp. And yeah, very nice follow up. And I mean, it almost always looks like a montage when DCG win. They play so well as a team when they're ahead. It's kind of incredible.
And they're just so aggressive. Like, it's never It's
and
never
they're
a
all
slow
on the
and
same
steady.
page.
Yeah.
They're all on the same page.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah, occasionally when, like, Kriskada randomly loses mid or something, 665 is still being as aggressive as usual, and the rest of the team just aren't there with him. Yeah. But when they're winning, everyone is just running into your Nexus.
I still, the problem I have, 665 has had so many ridiculously fantastic games.
Yeah.
But I always associated with that one game that they ended up winning, where he was like 1-11 or like 1-12 on Vi, and he would just absolutely send it every single time.
No flinch.
And they ended up winning, and I just associate with that single game with him permanently. But game number 1, done and dusted. It was another fantastic showing from DCG. We'll see if they can continue to get it done in game number 2.
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
You say you're getting tired, your heart is out of fire. You say let it go now. I will try so sorry for you. I will try so sorry for you. You say slow it down, my heart hit the ground. You say let it go now. I will try so sorry for you. I will try so sorry for you. I will try so sorry for you, my heart. I will try so sorry for you. I will try so sorry for you, my heart hit the ground. I will try so sorry for you.
Welcome back, everybody, and I'm going to cut to the chase this time. Predict for me what craziness you'll think come out of DCG. This might be the hardest question I've ever asked you.
So we've seen, what was last game's ridiculousness?
The Yasuo, probably.
Yeah,
the Yasuo with just Diana Yasuo
Diana
realm.
is ridiculous. I think they'll pick Skarner.
The memes are back, it's God Tone.
I think they'll pick Skarner and put it support.
Skarner support?
Yeah.
You think... Okay, the ridiculousness of that prediction is not the fact it's going support.
Is that it's making it through bans?
It's making it through bans. We saw it get through bans once. Didn't do well.
Have they gone off the Senna? Is it just tied? They don't want to play Senna? This team loved Senna. This isn't the DCG I know and love.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making it work still. And Orca has always been fine. Good, even.
Yeah, he's a completely fine support. It's just last split they seemed to do best if he was
just
a carry that didn't farm. Yeah.
For some reason. Yeah.
Did he farm? No, he did farm his way and stuff, but...
Yeah. Yeah, and he did very well.
I want to know what the God Tone poster says.
Yeah, someone
That's
hit
absolutely
us up.
God Tone. I know his outline anywhere. Bro's got the finger guns.
Just only need a silhouette.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. It's not even close. He has the absolute most recognizable silhouette. It is not close. I don't think in all of League Esports you could get a more obvious silhouette than his. He's just that guy. Tristana, LeBlanc, Callista.
Yeah. LB just perma-banned against Nuli. It was banned last week's series as well.
It's actually just banned a lot. It's so strong because of sudden impact. The reason like other champs don't take sudden impact generally is because they can't get away with not having some other variety of rune page.
Yeah, Taste of Blood is
but
very
LeBlanc
good.
likes Electrocute, so immediately you can just automatically get sudden impact into your build.
Yeah, gonna be the last ban now for DCG.
And Hellpigs, of course, did pick red side. Pretty common when going up against DCG, specifically.
Give DCG their choice of first pick. Could be the Corki. Rel doesn't make sense. Oh, Skarner. Wait.
Oh my god, wait! Wait, no way there's a script.
Yeah, did I read the script? Did I leak it?
Look. There is a chance.
Look at him smirking. He's playing it. Orca's playing Skarner.
He is, isn't he?
It's already locked in. Yeah.
He's like having a giggle as well.
He's trying to rationalize it to Feng.
Oh no, they're gonna and the Maud into Taco, who was the original Maud salesman. Ricky's coming through awfully loud through my headset. Another Mordekaiser, 2 in one day. It's a treat for him.
Yeah, it might be Mordekaiser just eating good with Skarner.
Yeah, it seems. Have we ever seen Mordekaiser being like an actual counterpick to anyone up until now? I don't remember. Not in recent years.
He has been picked.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. That generally that was when either items were absurd or his numbers were absurd.
Yeah.
Like when he first got reworked. Lucian Nami, first time I think we're seeing it this split.
Oh, what the hell? That's not a Skarner support.
Yeah. So it will likely be Taco. We'll see if this one does better into Maud than our earlier one. It's going to be also, if this is locked in, although it's not.
Could still be 665 on the Skarner, but...
Helio.
Oh, it's probably Corki mid.
Yeah, I imagine, but we've just picked Milio with bans coming up.
Yeah, Milio Aphelios. I mean, if you're DCG, do you just start banning like Aphelios, Jinx?
Well, what else are you worried about? They already have AP, so they don't need an AP jungler. I mean, maybe you still go for it. I know PSG did. They went for the Lilia.
Yeah.
Viband up against 665. Pretty much something we see quite often. Sejuani, so we're banning tanks.
Sejuani would be very good with Mordekaiser.
Yeah. I mean, Aphelios, Jinx on a whim. Ashe? And I banned. Never mind. Take that back.
We got to see an ADC Ashe, I think. It didn't go very well.
No, it didn't. Lee Sin, so just targeting 665's pull a little bit, but...
Little do they know he's playing Skarner.
Could be.
Maybe the least 665 champion I could think of.
We played Brandon last week. That's not very 665.
He's a very good brand.
He was. He was insane at it. Oh! I missed that guy. Hana.
Hana?
Yeah, he used to be the jungler for DCG last year. Very good player.
This is the chef.
All right, Volley Bear. So we did see that in playoffs quite a lot. Zinzao, that's kind of a takeaway away from 665 as well as we just saw Abyss playing it, but it is DCG who kind of need AP, at least as things stand. It could come through anywhere, really. Tryndamere does do very well into Mordekaiser. The Carthus for now, but...
Yeah, they're just going to tank the top matchup, I think. I'm hoping it's not Mordekaiser or...
Oh, this is so based, man! Oh, I love DCG. It's so good to watch DCG.
Well, I was never going to predict the Tryndamere. Yeah, so it's Trend to top, Trend to mid.
Oh my god, are we cooking even further? How deep does the cooking get?
Yeah, Malphite destroys Tryndamere, but they're not going to go for it.
It's going to be the Hui. Hui admittedly does well into Tryndamere.
Yeah, which makes the Tryndamere pick kind of puzzling.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I don't see the point of the Tryndamere if you weren't going to swap the Mordekaiser out of his matchup.
Wait a second.
I mean, you needed an AD mid.
Do we not just now... Well, I mean, to be fair, there's no chance that Hui has the damage to ever push the Tryndamere out of lane solo. There's just far too much sustain on this champ.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
I wouldn't.
Hui has a very good early game.
Yeah, but Tryndamere is absurd. Second win, now you can't even take lethal tempo, so it's just forced fleet footwork.
Yeah.
Second win, Doran shield, a pot, and Q sustained.
Yeah, he might just be able to sit in lane, Silas style.
And you could even just get a Vamp Scepter if it's actually looking rough, and then you're certainly not getting moved.
At what point in this game does Tryndamere become a threat, though?
Probably not to Hui, but certainly to other champs. Tryndamere will be a threat as soon as he's got like 1-2 crit items online. Tryndamere, with his passive and how his passive works, if his Fury is fully stacked at 40% crit chance, he has 100% crit. So...
Probably Ghost Flash.
Yeah, I imagine so. Ghost Flash, really good on Trynd, because you kind of want the Flash to get on someone. Ghost just helps you stick on them even further. He's also pretty... He's one of those really high base movement speed champs as well, so getting back to lane isn't too bad of a struggle.
Yeah, random move speed items in his build as well, Phantom Dancers and stuff.
Yeah, that also depends. There's a lot of variety to Tryndamere builds. Orca? Oh, they've seen him. They've seen him. Yeah, okay, that was... I mean, yeah, nothing should become of this now. First strike, by the way, Orca on Nami.
Oh, okay, little Orca twist on the Nami. So, when we've had complaints about Orca, it has been when he plays Enchanters.
Yeah, but now he's on a mage.
Nami? I guess. Yeah, true. Play it first strike, build damage.
No, I think he'll still go support. It's just going to accelerate his items.
He's going to get his items very quickly with first strike.
There's not... I mean, Corki's really good at getting first hits onto people. Just because the what is it even called? Rattle gun? Oh, there you go. Nully's got a bit of extra change.
Gatling gun.
Gatling gun?
Yeah.
Oh.
So...
Tryndamere, a criminally underrated level 1 champ.
Yeah.
Actually, not underrated. Everyone knows that champ just will crit you 3 times and kill you.
Yeah, Karthus also very strong, so I think Kelpigs need to just give up on this sooner rather than later.
Oh, Guang is doomed. Oh no. Okay. Good use of the blast cone. Chris Carter not quite able to get on the side of the blast cone that he'd like.
Yeah, Kelpigs eventually realize they can never win this level 1.
Yeah, I mean, Skarner, Tryndamere, Karthus, it's you're rare to find a stronger level 1 than that.
Yeah, and you've got to go across the map ASAP, I think, if you're Abyss, unless you're confident your bot lane is going to have prio.
Tryndamere with Ghost Flash might just be stronger than Ashe level 1.
Maybe, but Ashe can just hold you down, you know?
Yeah.
Slow you down.
Yeah, in a full-on 5v5, it's almost certainly Ashe, but... In a 1v1, I think I might have trimmed him out. Okay, see, we'll really see if Wei can push out Cascada now, because he just tanked a tower shot level 1.
Barrier used just to trade aggressively by Cheng9.
Yeah, that's fine. Pretty low cooldown.
Yeah. Common play, and he must get prio in the bottom lane for his jungler to have a game. It looks like they do, and it looks like Xin will pick up the spot side.
Yeah, Epis should feel pretty comfortable invading a Karthus anyway on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Normally lower health, I can see there. Then Tryndamere.
Taco taking a very good trade. Wow. Okay. Looking much better than last game's Mordekaiser. Doesn't hurt that this Mordekaiser started the game on about 200 HP. Abyss kind of just looking for something to do, I guess, but he has delayed his Raptors a lot.
Cascada doing what he did last game, but
oh god,
not so successful this time. It is 665 now higher in level though, due to this.
Yeah,
and Wall of Pain comes out, Abyss. He does have Flash available. Cascada gets hit. Puts out the something scream as
out of mana.
One more lay waste would do the job. 665 now quickly running away, no smite available. Abyss also no smite. These lay waste also missing as Cascada claims himself the Raptor.
A lot of time spent around Raptor camps this game. Taco.
This is not how the Mordekaiser went last time.
Yeah, he still has his TP on Gongon, so he's going to be fine. But yeah, not at all how it went last game. Game before. Bot lane looking fine for either side. No one's too upset.
Obviously the barrier advantage to DCG, but there shouldn't really be that much action being that it's two enchanters.
Yeah. And honestly, in terms of scaling, I might have the Corki over the Lucian.
I do, absolutely. Okay, now DCG, they did sit on a ward for a very long time. Flash forward slow, knockout will come through here, and it's going to be Orca going down for first blood. And it's Cheng9 for the second game in a row, actually, picking up first blood for himself here.
Yeah, might be staring at another very fed Corki soon. Big wave going to crash, and Feng is actually super low with no jungler anywhere near him.
And Cascada is nowhere near getting pushed out of lane.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks perfectly fine, considering the shenanigans that happened this game as well.
Yeah, he was 1 HP just before.
Yeah, he got chunked defending his jungler's Raptor camp.
Tryndamere is obnoxiously good against mages mid. Oh, nice. Nice little stun from Taco. Finds the angle. Flash from Guan. Late waste is going to connect, and Taco's going to get the kill. So quickly on the opposite side of the map, DCG are able to answer back.
Oh, and okay, Taco spares him and clears this wave. Otherwise, it was a disaster for Guan in the top lane.
Yeah, without teleport, I'm surprised that Taco didn't just
recall.
Hold it there and then, yeah, come back. All of the jungle camps here for 65 are on the top side, so he could have just kept clearing them until he was able to find an angle. Level 6 now on Taco, and Guan's coming back to lane. This is why he pushed it in.
He has no ulti on Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Wall of Pain comes out. Late waste. 1, 2, 3. Flash forward. In comes the snare. Guan gets stunned against the wall, and it's the Karthus this time, importantly, who's able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication, missed some lay waste while the Skarner ult was on, but this Mordekaiser's game is now over. There is, yeah, not a lot he can do to be useful this game, I don't think. And Helpigs again, DCG have found their window into winning this game, and Helpigs have to counter that somehow. I guess it's going to be through bot lane.
One thing that he can do that's useful is eliminate Karthus from a fight.
Yeah.
Or anyone, I suppose, but Karthus is probably the one that's going to do the most damage. We'll see how the game progresses. But
if Karthus dies in the Death Realm,
he comes out.
He comes
the Death
out.
Realm ends and he's dead, like in regular realm.
So trade of objectives favors Helpigs. I think I like the dragons more than the Void Scuttle? Void Crab? What are they called? Void Grubs.
Void Grubs.
Void Grubs more. I like the dragon more than the Void Grubs, sorry. They did get buffed, but...
Yeah, I think it's hard this game because you've got a Tryndamere, and
Yeah.
he's probably not looking to teamfight a whole lot. What a 180, by the way. We went from Yasuo, Diana, Rel to Tryndamere mid. Both AD, but both very different in what they want to do.
And because Abyss hasn't been able to get anything really going this game in the way of ganks, he's just falling incredibly far behind this Karthus in terms of farm.
Cascada is ghosted. He's got an absolute kill. This is, yeah. It's...
Does he live? Yeah. Oh, Lord.
There, that's just suffering.
Yeah, you don't really want to be seeing that happening to your mid laner. He's getting dived under his tier 2 at minute 8.
Also, he took first strike, which I get the philosophy.
Yeah, against a melee champ.
But you're absolutely not pushing a Tryndamere out of the lane with first strike.
Yeah,
you're also, gold for yourself,
you're also probably unkillable with phase rush.
Yeah, but I don't think you want phase rush. Abyss, I mean, he's going to get looked at. Bubble does connect, and he's very, very low. Requiem available, but he does, of course, have his ult as well.
Yeah, I don't think that's a worthwhile trade, the Xin ult for the Karthus, so they've held onto it. He could have just died to the bot lane.
Death Realm available. Requiem comes through before the dive. It's going to be Dark Harvest, lay waste, lay waste. He's going to have to enter the Death Realm here. Nice by Taco. Gets him away from that tower, but there is really no follow-up. But it's okay. Wow. He'll take matters into his own hands. And yeah, Ching9, he's still 1-0, but you hate to be a Corki and then press tab at this moment.
Yeah. The Skarner that you're never killing this game, especially if he goes Collector. There will be some MR built on this Skarner initially.
Okay, Nuli's not going to get dove just yet.
Yeah.
But
ulti is up
give
soon.
it another 40 seconds and
yeah.
Might.
Anytime he uses Fear, he just has to worry about dying, especially when summoners are up for the Tryndamere.
Yeah, the old Undying Roar. Oh, Tower Plate missed. That's a little bit of a small win, but...
Yeah, I think Taco's happy with his gold at the moment, though.
Yeah, building MR, of course. Double MR from both solo laners, so... Gets away with that for sure. Hollow Radiant's going to help him with his wave clear as well to keep Guan well and truly stuck under his tower. Also, it's going to be the Liandry's. I still think up against tanks. You want the Liandry's in your build somewhere, but I still think that having the Rift Maker is just stronger.
What did Aja do?
Rift Maker.
Yeah, that's probably
But he
correct.
was in a better position, admittedly. And it is the components of Rift Maker are more expensive. Oh, Feng getting very, very low. Flash forward, dodges the bubble. Nice. Tidal wave, but Feng, one more auto attack would do it. They're not going to find it though. And Cascada, 1v2, 1 HP, spiraling despair. Is it going to have the damage? No! And Cascada dodges, but he does go down. 65 feared. He is going to just need one auto attack even on the Karthus to confirm one kill traded back. It's a 1-for-1 there in the middle lane. As Feng now going aggressive. It is the Rocket Barrage. One more. Will not connect.
Ooh, on a knife's edge in the bot lane. Feng is playing probably too risky considering how well his team is doing. Cascada here just fights the Xin when he gets ganked. Just ults and almost kills that guy. Forces out both of the enemy mid-jungle ultis.
Actually dodges both skill shots, if not for the flash as well.
Yeah. Then 665 easily able to clean this up, and Nuli might have been in trouble too. A few of those Qs landed.
Name the amount of... Try and count for me the amount of times you've seen a Karthus last hit a kill with an auto attack.
Not many, and I used to play Karthus bot lane.
I think it might be 0.
Uh-oh, Cascada.
Cascada very low. Does not have ultimate available, but he's going to get the kill there. Flash forward. It's going to be a bit of a healing. Cozy Campfire. Cascada getting low, but still not low enough. Is Kiri now going to be the target of Taco? Is he going to go under that tower? Picks up a boulder. Yeets it. Misses. Through the wall.
And he's out.
Color me surprised.
And that is why Skarner is permabanned. We have only seen Skarner, by the way, in his absolute worst matchups. And he has still looked like a great champion.
Yeah, less great against PSG, but still, nonetheless, got to team fights and almost brought back a 6k gold lead by himself, so...
Slightly inefficient Karthus Qs here. It does triple damage when you isolate, so hitting 2 targets with your Q is inefficient.
Maybe.
3 targets is okay.
Is it an efficient no? Because the Void Grubs go... Yeah, no, it is. Because the Void Grubs go back to like full health, right? Not full health, but they heal a lot.
Oh yeah, they heal now instead of the shield, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Look, I'm going to trust 665 to be fair. That guy is a lot better at the game than me.
Yeah. I'd agree. I've not seen your Karthus.
I've played it a couple times with Shock Aurelia.
Oh. There's a dynamic duo. Bot lane, actually item first for Feng just because he has first strike, I guess. And he gets the free boots.
Yeah.
So a little bit ahead of Cheng9 for now.
Yeah, I think Cheng9 maybe just missed out on one recall. It doesn't feel like Feng should be ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just first strike money and the free boots. Which is a lot of gold.
Yeah,
Even
it
the
is an
boots
entire
300.
kill. Like first blood nonetheless. Oh, Cascada's back in there. Nuli misses the fear. Tidal Wave does go wide, but through comes the culling. Abyss is going to go down. Cascada flashes forward, has that Undying Rage. Can he get away? I think he might be doomed here, but the Requiem might just be enough. Feng going to get low. Cascada does go down. Nuli's still alive on barely any HP. Blackfire Torch as well, not going to be able to do it. Orca now. Kiri and Cheng9 looking for him, but 665 in the area. Down goes the Wall of Pain. These lay wastes aren't quite connecting, and it should be okay here for Halpigs, who did manage to pick up one kill.
Well, I mean,
one for one.
When they do connect, though, he just took a third of Cheng9's HP off.
Yeah, Wall of Pain again, but Taco's here.
Uh-oh.
Taco's here. Does get the stun, and Cheng9's going to go down. It is
Slow
Ultra
landed.
Mage Orca who gets it, and boulder after boulder.
Taco is not afraid.
Should be another one coming through. Connects. I really want to see how much first strike gold Orca has made this game.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like a Nami's just going to be able to proc it off cooldown, right?
Yeah, you can't really interact with her.
Yeah, unless you had a champ like Brand or Xerath.
Yeah.
Corki maybe can, depends.
I mean, DCG are just winning these fights. Their engage is just a Tryndamere.
Just eating in.
Yeah, running in, and it's kind of working.
Kind of. They're just look at the gold.
Yeah, that fight was
6K.
looking a bit iffy. They looked very disjointed.
Yeah, but look at where
after this
Cascada
initial-
ends up. All right, let's.
Yeah.
It looked iffy. A tidal wave missed.
Yeah, nice.
And now Cascada
nice
is
fear. Nice fear here from Nuli.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, Cascada is
keeps
dead at the
alive.
enemy tier 2. Meanwhile, in the bottom right of your screen,
Yeah. Yeah.
Nuli's gone down.
Looks like the same thing's happened again.
And
Tryndamere has run at someone. Gongwan, though, gets himself a kill. I think it may have been in the Death Realm as Cascada did back off to start hitting the turret.
yeah, it was in the Death Realm. Cascada does not have to back off 2v1 here, though.
Yeah,
and the-
Undying Rage is available if he did want to look aggressive, but maybe opting not to on this occasion.
Cheng9.
Through comes Taco. Really nice super kick, Mega Inferno kick, but it is going to be Cheng9, sorry, taken out regardless. Teleport is not going to make it. Oh, it does. They let it come through, and Taco pulls Guang to his death.
Yeah, they letting the TP go through. They're very smart play from DCG. Just an extra kill and an undefendable tier 2 for DCG. Hui is coming.
Yeah, oh my god, the angle on that.
Yeah, I have no idea how he just managed to E backwards there on the Skarner.
Okay, well.
And tier 2 down. Solo for the Tryndamere.
Let's see. How do they engage this one? Oh, it's a flash Wall of Pain this time.
Oh. Yeah, Guangguan at least able to get this big shutdown onto the Karthus.
665 doing that much damage, 1v1 in a Karthus and a Mordekaiser ult is a little scary.
Yeah. Yeah, he is massive on the Karthus.
Yep, Requiem back available for him too.
Is building...
Oh, look at the gold.
What is he building next?
Orca has more gold than Abyss and Guanguan on the Nami.
Well, that answers the first strike question, I guess. He's got 2 kills as well.
True. Gobbled up. Slipped up a couple kills for himself. Ultra Mage Nami, of course. Culling. Nice Relentless Pursuit. It's going to cost Kiri half his HP.
Yeah, a little bit of damage.
I want to see Requiem press, just to see how much damage it does to Kiri.
Yeah, I think he's going Malignance now on the Karthus.
It would make sense. Cascada, low,
Dead.
does have ult. Turning around. And gets the crit.
Is he really just out?
Nully, 1Q. Not enough damage.
Yeah, he's actually just out on the Tryndamere. Tryndamere is looking very good into the Hui right now. I thought this matchup would be a lot more difficult for him.
Yeah, I don't think the Hui is supposed to die. I also don't think Hui probably should take first strike. Maybe. It's hard to say, right? Like, do you actually push out the Tryndamere as Taco's going aggressive?
Oh.
No, my God, he lands it onto 2. Tidal Wave follow-up. Abyss is staying safe from a lot of the damage with his Xin Zhao ultimate, but same cannot be said for Kerry, who is taken out immediately. Claw connects. Death Realm now for
Feng
Feng.
is in there.
Feng should not survive this. He gets hit by the Q. One more auto attack should do it. Shut down to Guangguan, who's going aggressively. I don't know that you want this smoke, pal, as Taco eats him backwards, and that's another kill. Going over to Taco on the Skarner, who is 4-0 and 6. Norley is taking half his HP and almost only the Skarner auto attack. I mean, what can be said here? Cascada going forward does get fed. Is going to be going down, actually. Doesn't get the ult. Actually doesn't even have it. Went that aggressive without it. And Taco now, 1v3, is alive. He's out.
Drives on out of there. That easy.
Taco is hysterically laughing in his player cam right now. Absolutely. He was in hysterics while that happened. I mean, I am too. This is outrageous.
Yeah.
Let's, you know what?
I mean, DCG have taken a tier 3 turret at 18 minutes.
You remember how only one person was allowed to play Udyr last split?
Yeah.
Maybe I think Taco, no, it was RJ.
Oh, I mean, you mean Taco with Skarner?
No, I mean, again, it's RJ, but with Mordekaiser into Skarner.
Yeah, I guess we haven't seen enough Skarners to ban everyone yet.
Oh. I mean, look at this ult. How does that even connect? I feel like...
That's just Riot Games rewarding you for clicking R.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Kerry was out of that. Relentless Pursuit as we go back to live. Abyss. I mean, this Requiem's going to finish him off.
Go on, let him have the double, yeah. Very good. Look at
Corky's
HP for good measure.
It was almost a triple. Oh, this is an absolute destruction. I'm struggled for words here.
Yeah, this one's just over. I think DCG can just pick a lane. Pick a couple lanes if they like and start hitting towers.
Yeah, and they have the engage. Tryndamere presses E towards them. There we go. They've engaged. Nully, he is dead. Ching9 does have Valkyrie to get himself away, and I mean, Guangguan's gone to the death round with the most unkillable tank I've seen in a long while.
Yeah, I'm not sure he even wins the 1v1.
I don't think he does. Ching9, once again, very low.
Look how much damage he did back to Feng, though.
Abyss going aggressive. Look at the heal, at least, out of Orca. Oh, bubble connects. Abyss should go down here. Lay waste and killing spree for 6-5. He flashes forward, lands the lay waste, is going to go down, but that's the aggression we've come to know and love from 665 and the rest of DCG. Cascada doesn't have ult, so just take it out. And oh, there's another one of those Skarner ults.
Oh, here comes Nully.
All right, yeah, we've got another respawn. Do DCG back away? Orca's out on mana.
Yeah.
So I guess we do back away. A bit of reprieve for a minute and a half, perhaps, for Halpigs.
Yeah, and this is, I think, safe to say the worst Karthus build I've seen.
Oh, wow. With the Horizon focus.
Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah, that surely is a death cap.
Yeah, I don't like this. Yeah.
We refund that 165. Let me get the death cap. Come on, pal.
Yeah, I think, honestly, you can probably skip the Malignance if you're going for the Blackfire Torch and just go for like a Leandri's, but let him cook.
You know what? He just flashed under 2 Nexus Towers to land a lay waste on Corky.
with 10 Dark Seal stacks.
Oh, there you go. Now he's at 5. Well, 2 inhibs down. There is 1 left. Guangguan's in that lane trying to get himself some farm. He does have now the Leandri's as well as the Rylai's, but I don't think a whole lot can be done. Taco, all he has to do is walk forward. This Requiem, half HP off of almost every single member there of Halpigs. One's down. It's Feng who claims himself that one. Cascada gets the second. I do not think Kerry's got much left in the tank there. Going around with the claw onto Taco. I think Taco's deathless, but this could just be his first death. If Guangguan connects, and he will! Taco will not go deathless in this game, but Halpigs will go winless in this series as DCG close it out 2-0 And possibly the most destructive game I've seen in a long while.
Yeah, 22 minutes of just DCG running down lanes, murdering their opponents. Just literally running down lanes, murdering their opponents.
Spinning
on
down
Tryndamere.
lanes.
Yeah, spinning. A bit of spinning involved too. Yeah, I don't remember DCG really walking backwards that series, apart from maybe bot lane.
Yeah, yeah.
Corki
and
looked
when they ran
very
out of
good
mana.
into the Lucian, though.
It did, it did. I think bot lane, yeah.
Yeah.
Things to say positive about that game for Halpigs. Their bot lane did well.
Yeah, bot lane did quite well.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, it's becoming somewhat of a theme often with Ching9, is that a lot of the times his lane goes pretty well
Yeah.
and he loses.
Yeah, that is what happened last week as well. Did pretty well, and then not much of a game to play beyond that point, and he played quite well.
Yeah.
He put a lot of pressure back onto the Lucian Nami. Lucian doesn't like it when you hit him back. When he gets the Nami E and he dashes in, that's why the Aphelios is good into him, and the Corki seems good for similar reasons. You just stand there and hit him back and do more damage.
Because he does run out of steam a lot quicker than other AD carries.
Yeah.
He has a lot of upfront burst, kind of similar to champs like Samira.
Yeah.
Before ult, I guess. If she has ult, then it's a little different, but you have a lot of upfront burst. You go in, get that done, and then you kind of run out of steam. You're not like one of those crit AD carries that yeah, kind of, but Draven, if he's catching his axes, doesn't really run out of steam, right? It's kind of, that champ's just absurd if you can play him well, which is very hard to do. But yeah, Lucian runs out of steam, and how Corki operates now, he kind of doesn't. As long as his Gatling gun's going and he's able to fire off these crit auto attacks, he is just going to hit like an absolute truck onto you.
Yeah, and with Halo Blades, Feng on the Lucian would just dash in, get autoed 3 times, and the trade would be winning for Corki, even with all the Nami buffs. So, not a horrible draft. I think quite a good draft, actually.
Yeah, I think they should have done a lot better than they did. Good pathing from 665. Really blew open that game, finding the early kill onto Guangwan up top, and then dove him as he was walking back to lane.
Yeah,
kind of ended the entire game for all of Halpigs, really, because at that stage you now just have a really accelerated Karthus, you have a really accelerated Skarner, and that's not to mention the fact that Cascada ended up just starting to dive newly under the mid tower, so things went really south on the top side of the map for Halpigs, and honestly that was off the back of good plays from DCG, but it was, again, as we said before, all of this, it was pretty decent play out of the bot side from Halpigs. It was just not, what could you do against that Skarner? Nobody was really able to kill him.
Yeah, and it got to the point where 665 was pushing ult, and as well as he was doing, Feng was just half HP.
Yeah.
So you're either going back to base or fighting on half HP against the Lucian Nami, so you're probably just going back to base either way. Yeah, you can't play from that far behind against the Karthus too hard, and it was honestly just the solo laners outplaying 1v1, right? Because that was a solo kill by Taco.
Yeah, at the start.
Onto a Mordekaiser, and also a solo kill mid by Cascada.
I mean, Ching9, he looks there, and it's so close.
Yeah.
So many times he left him on 1 HP, and you feel bad because he does have to look for something to get some gold injection.
Yeah.
At this stage of the game, you're not going to win by sitting back and farming. Simply, you're not going to be allowed to. Taco's too tanky. He can just dive whatever tower he likes, and wasn't able to do much.
Taco.
As you know, the Giga Mage assassin top laner Skarner did do the most damage in this game.
Yeah. Okay, and so Mordekaiser is not just a free win into Skarner, we have now learned.
Yeah.
Makes sense why people are still banning the Skarner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely lose this lane, and apparently you can lose it very, very hard.
Yeah.
As the Mordekaiser.
I mean, it was a lot of it off the back of 665 too.
He's
just
still,
really punishing.
He still just ulted Taco at the end of that game and killed him.
Yeah, but I think Taco was already like quarter HP and just sitting there.
Okay.
Like, not actually trying to survive. He was just full-on
fist
balls
fighting.
to the wall gaming right there. Taco MVP, I think
damage
it goes without
taken
saying.
and damage dealt.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Taco's the MVP, and I don't really think there's an argument for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Cascada was going kind of ballistic on the Tryndamere.
Yeah, the engaged Tryndamere.
Yeah.
But, yeah. No, this...
20 KD, 30,000 damage dealt.
Which of his absurd Skarner ults that look like they should have missed are we going to see on the highlight, do you think?
Yeah, I'm excited
I think it's
for
the
that.
one mid where it like hit Kiri from Narnia.
The
Just
solo
absolutely...
kill could be cool to watch too. He's got a lot of cool moments in this game.
Number 1.
30% damage share on a full tank Skarner top.
Oh, he had Hollow Radiance. That does damage.
Yeah. That's true. If he killed creeps near anyone.
It does burn for like 50 damage. It's like a
Sunfire
really
as well, right?
pathetic Sunfire. Yeah.
Oh, it's this ulti. This was probably the most egregious of these Skarner ultis.
Yeah, just.
Oh no, this isn't it.
What is this one?
Oh, this one.
Oh,
Yeah.
just the 360.
Just 180 grabs that guy with his E.
Just hits him from the top of terminal.
Oh, and this is going to be the chase. Yes. Cruscata doesn't have ulti, and he's not even close to having ulti.
I hope they play his player cam after.
Throughout this.
He was absolutely pissing himself. And look at this champ.
Yeah, I think DCG know they're griefing at this point.
Off he goes. CFL.
Yeah, and then he just drills on out. That easy.
Hits the recall.
Yeah, doesn't bother going very far.
Damn, I've never seen this animation.
Yeah, me neither.
Off we go. Oh. There we go. Surely. Yeah, look at him. He is loving it. I would be too. When I'm in those situations, just in my ranked games, that's kind of how I feel a lot of the time. It's just like, what is even going on, man? But well played. I mean, DCG, they bounced back from week 1. Obviously, a much rougher start against CFO.
Yeah.
But showing that they are still kind of where we expect them to be, very dominant against the bottom teams and struggling a little bit against the top teams. But that sort of
struggling
changes.
with signs of life.
Yeah.
Against the top teams, yeah.
Yeah, they did, even though that they do have a lot of signs of life in their games, but you never really feel convinced they're going to win. That is the game done and dusted, though, the series as well. We are now going to go to an interview. It's with Patty and Orca, so we'll see you very shortly.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们邀请到的是 DCG 的下路选手，辅助选手 Orca， 请 Orca 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 的辅助 Orca。
So your team actually won today's game with a 2-0 with a very fast pace. How do you feel about winning the game today? 你今天以非常快的速度以2-0赢下了对手，想问一下你的心情如何？
就今天打这个2-0是应该的，然后反正很快就打完，所以就觉得很开心。
So I feel like we are expected to do this, and that's what we're supposed to do. So we won it with a very fast pace, so I'm very happy about it. So you played the 1v1 games for DCG for both today's game and also the last game you played against CFO. How would you rate your own performance at 1v1? 所以你今天代表 DCG 对上对手打了这个单挑选边赛，上一次对上 CFO 你也是作为这个单挑选边赛的选手，想问一下你自己对于自己在单挑选边赛上面的表现评价如何？
然后主要我的队友都没有很喜欢玩单挑，所以就我上场，然后我觉得我单挑打的也没有很烂，然后反正就之后应该会玩一堆奇怪角色去单挑吧，对。
So first of all, I think I did okay on those 1v1s. Also, my teammates don't really like to play 1v1, so I'm always the one they push to play the game. And also, for 1v1s, I can play a lot of different champions that is not support champions. So I'm very happy about that. So you guys actually picked Diana and Yasuo for your first game today. It's kind of a unique pick. Can you tell us why you guys chose that? 第一场的时候，其实你们队上选了戴安娜及亚素这个选角，其实比较特别一点。想问一下，你们为什么会做这样的选择？
主要我们中野很喜欢玩一些比较有趣的游戏吧，他们就会选一些有趣的 combo， 但看起来那场并没有达到什么 combo 帅的，应该没有，对。
So our mid jungle actually like to pick special champions, very cool champions. They like to pick different special picks, and they like to do very cool combo techniques. But I don't feel like they actually get those combos today. So, but overall, I think they enjoy the game, and that's all that matters. So looking back on the spring season, how do you change your team, and how did your team change your strategy and stuff for the summer? 再回顾一下你们春季赛的表现，想问一下你们队有没有在夏季赛之前做什么样的调整或改变，让你们能够在夏季赛走得更远？
改变就跟着版本什么强就去玩什么，还有就看胖哥怎么去教无遗憾玩吧，反正就加油呗。
So we actually follow the patch and follow the flow and follow whatever is good for the patch and the meta. So also our staff actually train our players together, so we work together for a better performance in the summer. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you very much. Once again,
What
great
do you
interview.
say? What do you say? Special picks and
They have,
super combos.
yeah,
or something?
they have special picks, super combos, and they have fun playing the game.
Yeah, clearly.
They do. I think there's not many mid laners in the world that get as much freedom as Chris Carter
Yeah.
gets. Like there's
Yeah,
you
they
know,
trust that guy.
There's usually a point where the coach is like, you know what? No, that pick seems absolutely ridiculous.
But at this point, you trust him.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you would.
At this point, you trust him. If he says it's a good Tryndamere game, lock him Tryndamere because he just ran through the entire enemy team.
Bro, he's engaging by just Eing in and hitting the W, just EW.
Yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes. They're just engaging tower dives with Tryndamere E.
There was a couple engages from 665 just flashing in.
Karthus W engage, yeah. That also worked.
Obviously, today's results was another 2-0 fest. We've had 2 of those in a row now, but it was PSG, I think the clear favourites, getting it done. And then, as we just saw, it was DCG up against Halpig's. Our standings now are actually just as we left them.
Yeah. Yeah, no change yet. J-Team and PSG tied.
Yep, and we will... I think we'll be breaking that tomorrow. We'll see soon. I can't remember what the matchups are tomorrow, but we do see PSG once again. Frank CFO, Frank CFO. I'm struggling to get past that one.
Yeah.
Frank CFO. Now,
Yeah.
Frank last split was like 7-0. Hadn't lost a single series until CFO and they lost. This split, obviously it's only one game now, but they are going against CFO this time with Wako. And Wako,
Yeah.
last year on PSG, took down CFO so many times. Let's see if he can keep up what he's doing or if CFO can once be the speed bump in Frank's side. Of course, game number 2 was PSG J-Team, so we will find out who is going to be in that 3rd position, regardless of sort of any other results. Although whoever loses between J-Team PSG will be tied with whoever loses between Frank and CFO. So
Yeah,
there will
even-
be some evens on the
Even
scoreboard.
on game difference won't matter. Might matter.
Well, that will matter between, who's where. So if there's a 3-1 or whatever, and I expect tomorrow, I would be very surprised if we got through tomorrow in 4 games.
yeah.
We have to.
Especially the first game.
Yeah, the first game has to go to 3, man. And
Yeah.
I just want it to go to 3.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is such an exciting matchup, and we're getting it. We're blessed with it in week 2.
Yeah, both these teams are so much fun to watch, CFO and Frank. Drafts, both their junglers. That's what I'm excited about. We'll get into it tomorrow anyway.
We will. It is a story for tomorrow, but for today, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you these games and casting them all for you. We will see you tomorrow for one of the most exciting matchups we have for the split.